So I thought this was perfect.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's 8 o'clock, so I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners on Saturday, May 6, 2023. And I am going to ask Commissioner Wise to lead us in the pledge today. All right, if the department would take the roll.
Chairman Caviglia,
Here.
Vice Chair Rogers,
Here.
Commissioner Barnes, Commissioner Booth, Commissioner East, Commissioner Keel, Commissioner McNinch,
Here.
Commissioner Walther,
Here.
Commissioner Wise.
Here.
Thank you. Would the county advisory board members in attendance please announce themselves? Thank you. And then the cab members on Zoom? None? Okay. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 11, approval of agenda for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Has everybody had a chance to review the agenda and have any questions or concerns? All right, seeing none, any cab comment on the agenda in Reno? And do we even have a cab on Zoom or no? No? Okay. So with that, or any public comment in Reno on the agenda? Any public comment on Zoom? No. All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's no more discussion, I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval of today's agenda for Saturday, May 6, 2023, of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners as presented.
Okay, got a motion by Vice Chair Rogers, second by Commissioner Keel. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Item number 12, member items, announcements and correspondence, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Alan Janay may also be discussed. And I think we all received an email yesterday regarding the bear hunt. I know the department has that. So, Commissioner East?
I may have told some of you on our way out the door yesterday, but I just wanted to let everyone know that AB 355 did pass yesterday, so it will be headed to the floor at some point soon.
All right. Any additional correspondence? Seeing none. All right, seeing none from Secretary Janay. Go to item number 13, county advisory boards to manage wildlife member items, informational. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any CAB items in Vegas?
Good morning, Commission. For the record, Jim Cooney, Elko. We've got some questions that sportsmen have brought up with regards to the shed antler certificate. And the question has been, why do we have to renew that every year? It seems as though if you have hunter safety, you have to take that once and you're done with it. These folks were wondering what the thought process was in order to do the certificate every year. That was the first item. Second thing, for your information, up in Elko County, it's been brought to our attention. There's 5 or 6 solar fields that are going to be coming in up in the northeastern corner. There's some significant concerns with regards to what it's going to do with any of the wildlife corridors up in Area 7 and 8 area. Also, what's the impact going to be with the transmission lines, sage grouse, you know, the impact right there. So that's on the radar, and we're trying to get as many answers as we can get. Sportsmen are upset about that. In addition to that, probably the biggest thing is a congressional land transfer that has been proposed and is in the works. It will encompass approximately 1.7 million acres up on the Wine Cup Ranch specifically. What we have done as an Elko Cab, we've got a commitment from some folks to come to our next cab meeting in June and do a presentation. It's a Western Lands group that we've been talking to, and yesterday had confirmation of them being either on Zoom or in person at our cab meeting. So these items are out there. I think that the land transfer, there may be some positive points to it, but I seem to think that the majority of them are negative. So this is going to change access. It's going to change all kinds of management practices. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, still no cabs on Zoom. Okay, with that, we will go to agenda item 14, Commission General Regulations for possible action, public comment allowed. 14A, Commission General Regulation 506, possession of golden eagles under certain circumstances. Wildlife Diversity Administrator Jennifer Newmark for possible action. The commission will hold an adoption hearing to consider amending Nevada Administrative Code 503 to allow for possession of a golden eagle under certain circumstances.
Good morning. Can you hear me? You can. For the record, Jennifer Newmark, Wildlife Diversity Division Administrator. We're going to discuss Regulation 506, possession of a golden eagle under certain circumstances. Just as a refresher, this regulation was created after the passage of Senate Bill 125 of the 81st legislative session. It would authorize a person who is licensed as a master falconer and who meets certain federal conditions to possess a golden eagle that is obtained from the wild under a new eagle permit. If the golden eagle is obtained for rehabilitation purposes, is legally obtained in another state, is legally possessed by a master falconer in another state, and that master falconer moves to this state, and if a golden eagle is transferred to the master falconer from another falconer in a manner that is authorized by this regulation and upon department approval. We have discussed this in 2 previous workshops. There has been no changes to the language since the last time we discussed it. And at the pleasure of the chair, we can either go through it or I can stand for questions.
I guess what's the flavor of the commission? Would we like her to go through it, or?
Mr. Chairman, I'm okay with it. I don't feel the need to hear it myself, whatever that's worth. So,
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Jen on it? We have reviewed it twice now, so. Doesn't look like any, so I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno? Seeing none. No cabs on Zoom. Any public comment in Reno? Seeing none. No public on Zoom. So with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we adopt CGR 506, possession of golden eagles under certain circumstances as presented.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner McNitch, second by Commissioner Keel. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, agenda item number 15. Habitat status and trend. Habitat Division Administrator Mark Fries, informational. A presentation will be provided on the status and trend of Nevada's wildlife habitats.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks for bearing with me. Mark Fries, Habitat Division Administrator. So I'm here to talk about some of the habitat stats and trends we've seen over recent years. Director Janae gave a similar presentation last year. A lot of this is similar with some new additions. There will be time for questions at the end, but if you want to interrupt along the way, that's fine as well. So the main things I want to show you today is a Nevada Eco State Map, which we've been working on. Pretty cool to see some of the trends over the last 30 years. The new technologies that are out from satellite imagery are really powerful, and we'll demonstrate some of that today. And then what it's showing us is some problems we have, particularly with invasive species and wildfire. And then I want to talk a little bit about drought. As you recall, Director Janae last year talked a lot about drought and the implications, and it kind of led up. We had a big drought leading up to a big winter. So I'll discuss a little bit of that. So first, the Eco State Mapping. It's really a threats-based mapping approach. There's specific rule sets. We're using Landsat, aerial imagery. It's 30 by 30 meter pixel. It's based on the Rangeland Analysis Platform data, which came out in 2018, so relatively new. But it groups things, and it looks at shrub cover, tree cover, perennial grass and forb cover, and annual grass and forb cover. And it puts it in the framework of a generalized state and transition model, which is used in range science to describe different states and vegetation communities. And we basically stole this out of Oregon, with their permission, of course. And we took a product that Oregon put together, which is known as this Eco State Map, and we modeled it here in Nevada. And Lee Davis in our Habitat Division, our GIS shop, were the ones to put this together, and you'll see what it's about. So hopefully this plays on its own. It's a time series just walking from 1986 to present, showing the changes across our landscape. Basically what we would like is that dark green, which is really good condition shrubland. There's intermediate condition shrubland, which is the light green. And then you can see the poor condition shrubland and grasslands are in yellows and reds. I'll let this play one more time for you. But you can see a dramatic shift in our habitats over the last 30 years. There's a lot less dark green, if you'll notice, a lot more reds and yellows, the reds is really where the cheatgrass dominates the landscape. Here's just a side-by-side comparison from 1986 to present day. I should mention that these were grouped in 5-year time slices, and that's to average out some of the interannual variation that we experience here. But you can see that dramatic shift. We've lost a lot of good condition shrublands. It's transitioned to intermediate or poor condition shrubland and grassland. And really, to summarize that map, over the last 30 years, Nevada's habitats characterized as moderate to good shrub and grassland have decreased by half just in the last 30 years, while we've seen a 4-fold increase from areas being converted to poor shrub and grasslands, and really about a 10-fold increase if you look at just cheatgrass annual grass rangelands. Question comes up, why? Often. Largely, we've got invasive species problems such as cheatgrass medusa head and wildfire, and they work in combination with one another. And there's been an analysis done, Sagebrush Conservation Design, West-wide, which basically indicated that 73% of these changes are attributed to complex ecological problems and not point source problems like anthropogenic development. So it leads us to believe that, invasive species, wildfire, tree cover, drought, those complex ecological processes are the real problem we're dealing with here in Nevada. Here's a map from I forget who the original creators were, but it's the Cheatgrass Challenge out of Idaho, used the same RAP data set, and this is just looking at annual invasive species, how they've changed from 1988 to 2018. You can see a dramatic shift, especially here in Nevada, in the Great Basin. So invasive species and wildfire, cheatgrass significantly increases the chance rate and spread of wildfire across our landscapes. And projections are not looking good. We're gonna have more fire, we're gonna have more cheatgrass, more problems for our wildlife. And really there's a growing gap between the magnitude and scale of the problem and the resource capacity we have. It's a real challenge. We've seen this increase over the last 30 years, but if you think about our infrastructure, BLM fire suppression personnel, the amount of seed we have, it's a real challenge we're facing. I wanted to show just some fire numbers. The graph on the left is our fires from 1980 to present. And I think the map and the graphic at the bottom right, let's see if I could use my cursor here. Looks like I'm failing to find that. The bar graph in the bottom right-hand corner shows you from 1980 to 99, we burned 4.2 million acres. And the last 20 years, that's jumped to 9.5. You can see that in the graph with the blue lines. We've seen a lot more fire the last 20 years than the preceding 20 years. Why it's problematic? Here in Nevada, we have really low resistant and low resilient rangelands. So the ability of our rangelands, because they are so arid, to resist that invasion is difficult. And then if it does burn, we have a difficult time getting it back. The reds aren't good. We would love to see more blue in Nevada, just for reference. Here's an example of how it plays out. The Little Den fire burned in 2016, and pre-fire had less than 10% cheatgrass cover. One full growing season after the fire, it increased to over 30%. You could see the outline of the Little Den fire in black, and you could see that significant increase in red color. That's the redder it is, the more cheatgrass we have. You'll still see some white in that polygon, and that's North Aspects. That's where it is a little more resilient and we have more success. You could see on the graph the red line, that's cheatgrass cover. You could see how it jumped post-fire. And those other dark red areas are previous burns. If you look to the north of the Little Den fire, a lot of that white country, that's ideal. That's what we want to see. But as soon as that burns, we have a real challenge on our hands. Here's some pictures from the Little Den fire. You could see that north aspect in the foreground of the bottom right photo. We had success seeding. We did pretty good. We even had some success seeding on the south aspect. This area is a WSA, so we were challenged with the tools we could use in that area, particularly herbicides, some more aggressive species. We did have some success, but you could see it's a real challenge when dealing with cheatgrass and the fuel loads we now have out there in the Little Den burn. Director Janae showed this slide last year. Note the picture, it's from the Drought Monitor, April 21st, 2022. And Director Janae talked about this new study that was released last year out of UCLA, talking about the drying climate trends we've been experiencing. Basically, the last 22 years, it's been the driest it has in the past 800 years we've seen. So we are on a drying trend. And for fun, I just wanted to show last year's drought picture with this year's. You can see we're definitely in much better shape this year. However, last year from April to November, we experienced drought. And so rangeland conditions, wildlife habitat quality was challenging. You heard a presentation yesterday that by Dr. Stoner that talked about, resource limitations during drought, creates more competition amongst wildlife, horses, livestock, the other users. Well, we had that last year from April through November. And so it leads us to believe that animal body condition may have been challenged going into this winter. And just wanted to show the last several years, November 1st, 2022, the previous year, 2021, previous year, 2020, and 2019. Basically, back to 2019, we've had this drought problem going into winter. So it seems like it's a lot more the rule these days than the exception. We're seeing more drought. When you follow that drought with a big winter, there's certainly some complications. The amount of precip we've seen this year, snow loads carried across the landscape, the longevity of those snow loads carried through time, and the cold temperatures, it kind of sets up a problem for some of our wildlife. And I'll just mention all these images I stole from NRCS, so I give them credit. It was their April 1st report, weather report, climate report. A report came out yesterday, and the projections are changing a little bit because we did have a little bit of a dry April. But you could see the snow loads in this picture up on Mount Rose and the drifting. And you can imagine wildlife having some trouble in some of these scenarios. The top or the left picture is just the snow water equivalent as of April 25th. And the right image is water year to date as of April 24th. So well above average. Our reservoirs, like Chris mentioned, our fish biologists, they're excited about this year. Really good conditions. And I think our rangelands are going to have really excellent conditions as well. But it did complicate things with some survival over winter. You could see the kind of the purple bar, the peak that's shaded in, that was in 2017, which was another big winter. The black lines where we were at April 1st, way above normal conditions. Here's a couple maps NRCS showed. You could see April 1st, 2017 on the left compared to conditions this April 1st. And basically, if it's colored in one of those purple colors or light blue, there's snow on the ground. Snow on the ground during April. Talked a little bit about the longevity of that snow load and how it can cost animals more in calories burned. Here's a picture from March 1st compared to April 1st, but a significant difference even between 2017 to present day. We're seeing these snow loads carry through time late into the spring. These are just a time series map from October through March showing monthly precipitation percent of median. And you can see once November hit, we've pretty much been well over 100%. And if you look at March down in Spring Mountains, 592%. Pretty incredible winter. This was a temperature reading I pulled yesterday. You look at that last bar, and this is the average temperature from November through April for the last 22 years. We've been super cold this winter. But I know that's a lot of doom and gloom, and that's not necessarily a picture I wanted to paint. I just wanted to share some positive aspects about what we're trying to do with some of the habitat trends. So recently, we went back and looked at some of our treatments and some of our accomplishments. And since 2017, NDOW has treated over 570,000 acres of fire rehab at a cost of nearly $12 million. We've treated almost 45,000 acres of pinyon juniper removal at a cost of $4.2 million. And we've treated 1,680 acres of spring meadow and riparian enhancement projects at a cost of about $1.9 million. For a group of biologists that's really a small agency, we have a lot of dedicated biologists that are very active. And I would put our numbers per biologist up against any other agencies. I'm really proud of our folks. They work hard, and give them a lot of credit. And so we have had success. You saw the transition in those pictures. When we do put seed on the ground at the right time, right methods, we can have success. But it's a little bit of an overwhelming challenge, given the bigger trends we're facing. With that, I would be happy if Sean wants to come up, fill any gaps, or happy to take questions.
Any questions for Mark? Casey?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, obviously you guys have had some great success demonstrated here. You mentioned the challenges that you've got in these wilderness study areas. How do we overcome that? I mean, given that the BLM clearly recognizes those are important areas just by definition of the study areas, you know, it seems counterintuitive to not allow you guys to utilize all the tools in your toolbox.
Yeah, that's a challenge in every field office manager, district manager, basically decision maker. It comes down to them being willing to make that decision. We have had some success with decision makers, and other times we haven't. You know, what we try and do, our biologists, is take those decision makers out in the field, show them firsthand some of the issues and challenges we're facing. Because certainly you saw that WSA South Aspects cheatgrass. That doesn't have a lot of great wilderness qualities about it.
Right.
And so we are trying to encourage and work with them, you know, at the local level, try and get some of those decisions that are going to be good for rangelands and wildlife habitat, but we don't always win. We'll also work at the state level, work with partners to encourage, you know, the wilderness groups. We work with them to try and bring them along and demonstrate some of the challenges and issues we face. There's various lands bills. We try and include language that will accommodate and allow some of those tools to be included in the toolbox. But at the end of the day, it's a challenge we face, and we try and address on as many fronts as we can, but we're not always the decision maker on those.
Sure, appreciate that.
Any additional questions for Mark?
Just piggybacking off of that, I don't want to oversimplify this because I recognize that there are multiple challenges involved in getting the work done in the short windows you have, you know, post-fire. And so, I mean, I was just hoping administratively, what's the greatest challenge you view in Nevada in order to get things done on the ground in that window? It's a good question. You know, I think our challenge at this time, at least speaking NDOW's challenge, is capacity. Our biologists are strapped. There's been quite a flush of money come through the Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan, the bill funding. And so funding's not the problem right now, but it's our capacity to be able to implement those projects and contractors, their availability. I think BLM's capacity, you saw, you know, it probably hasn't changed much over the last 30 years. However, our challenges have increased significantly. You know, and we don't go it alone. We're more of a support to BLM for service, the land management agencies. You know, just greater collaboration there. We do participate to a large degree where we can, when we can. But I think that's a challenge. The the seed markets, the amount of seed that's available could be improved, and there's some Nevada Seed Network that's working on, strategies to how to improve that piece. But yeah, contractor availability is going to be a tough one as well. Everybody has limited resources, and those contractors are busy, and I think they're going to start turning us down once this money really starts to hit the ground, just because of their availability and capacity. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I'll follow up with you more on that later, but touches on, I think, a lot of the points. And then, just finally, I'm curious, when we talk about this 570,000 number since, I think you said 2017, in rehabilitation acreage, but what was the total loss in that period of time?
I don't know the total loss. I could probably go, you mean loss in acres burned?
Sure. As compared to how much has been rehabilitated, I'm just curious as to.
Well, the 570 is just what NDOW's been implementing.
Sure.
So BLM, Forest Service, private landowners, others, that's additive. So I don't have those numbers in terms of how many acres have been treated. You could see on the graph since 2017, what is it? About 2017, almost 1.2 million acres. 2018, 1.1 million acres. 19 was low with 150,000 acres. 2020, right in there, 300,000 acres, multiple millions of acres, right? But since 2017, I'd say NDOW's contributed, probably treated a quarter of what's burned, and then you add in BLM and other partners, it's probably well over 50%. But there's not enough seed, and it's usually these big fire years that's real problematic. Last year, 59,000 acres burned. NDOW alone treated 65,000 acres. So we were going back in old fires and trying to get improvements made. So the low fire years, we're doing pretty good. 1 million acres burned, there's not enough seed in the market to be able to address those. And that's the problematic times. And you could see we've had quite a few of those over the last 20 years.
All right, any additional questions for Mark? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was just curious if you've seen a correlation in some of these previous wet years. I think you mentioned 2017 was a really, prior to this year, was a really good moisture year. If you've seen a correlation between these good moisture years and a larger fire season, larger acreages of fire, and the concern then being this year, we potentially run that risk.
Yeah, I don't have anything here to present, but I have seen that correlation. Others have looked at that, and a lot of times it's the year after the big wet year, so next year, because we'll have a huge carryover in fuels, and a drought will hit, but those fuels are still on the landscape, so your season of fire is maximum. Those are the big burn years, but we do expect it to be a pretty good fire year. More so in rangelands, higher elevations, forest systems, it's probably not going to be as big of a year. It's going to be a very narrow window where those could burn. But it's tough to predict. A lot of it has to do with ignitions, and those are difficult to predict, both lightning and human caused. But I think the fuels are going to be on the landscape, on the rangelands, that we could have a challenging year ahead.
All right, anything else for Mark? Seeing none, thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, now we're gonna get to the fun stuff. Agenda item number 16, commission regulation for possible action, public comment allowed. 16A, commission regulation 2305, amendment number 1, 2023 black bear quotas and harvest limits. Wildlife staff specialist Pat Jackson for possible action. the commission will consider adopting the 2023 hunting season quotas and harvest limits for black bear.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist. I am now loaded for bear. I'm going to go through a brief presentation on the CR 2305 in this both black bear season and quota recommendations. And so our 2023 recommendations, just coming out of the gate, we recommend the same from last year: 45 resident tags, 5 non-resident tags. And then the same harvest limit recommendations for overall with a total of 20, and then a subset of female harvest limit recommendations, as you can see, 3, 2, and 3. As a reminder, we set the seasons at the January meeting, and some other things that we've already covered. The season will begin 1 hour or a half hour before sunrise and end a half hour after sunset. There's a 1-800 number to call prior to hunting to ensure that harvest limits have not been reached and the season's open. Everyone who receives a tag or the tag and their guide, if they're using one, must attend the indoctrination course. Those are set to be in person at the Valley office August 5th and 19th. They will both be available on Zoom, 1 to 4 p.m., and then we will be recording at least one of those presentations for first come, first serve tag holders if they exist. Looking at some of the data on the 3-year average, you can see that we've seen just over 30% females in the harvest, and then those are the mean ages, representing a stable harvest for the proportion of females, and then light using those ages. Diving into some data a little bit more, there is a paper published demonstrating that Nevada and California share a population. It's one meta population, and California says they have between 30 and 40,000 bears. Some findings from Project 46, which were published in the Wildlife Society Bulletin, demonstrated a sliding cascade of density, if you will, where we have more bears closer to California, and density is decreasing as you go into the state. And then that also estimated Nevada's bear population at 418. And then with a lot of new sightings, we've recently worked with Dr. Perry Williams at UNR, who ran a new marked estimate and estimated the state's population at 537. And we do anecdotally have a lot of bears popping up in places that we have not seen. And so with that, I'll entertain any questions and conversation.
All right, questions for Pat? Commissioner East.
Okay, so can you go back to the 537? That's our Nevada estimate?
That was done very recently with Perry Williams, and so that is taking into account where we have tangibly put our hands on bears, and then capture, recapture, mark estimate.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to reserve my other questions for a few minutes.
Additional questions for Pat?
Pat, what year was the mark estimate, the most recent?
2023.
20, so just now?
This
Okay,
week.
Good, thank you.
So Pat, last year these hunts all closed earlier than ever, I believe. Can you give us a quick rundown of what happened last year? Because that created, I guess you call it turmoil among sportsmen.
Yeah, so that's a good question. And Carl is here if you want to know exactly which unit closed when. I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head. But we had a female harvest limit reached just a few days into the hunt, and then another one fairly shortly afterwards. And then the final one, we saw just an overall harvest limit reached. And for the first time, we saw the whole bear season close, and that happened in the course of about 24 days.
Okay, and then I've got another question that was brought up by a cab. You know, we set the quota way higher than the harvest limit, the total harvest limit for each unit group. What's the logic behind setting the quota that high? Because obviously there's a lot of sportsmen, especially a year like last year, they don't even get the opportunity to hunt, right? What's the logic behind setting that at 45 and 5? Just curious.
So that 45 and 5, that was done a few years ago, and that puts us at 50 so that we can have, I'm having a little bit of cerebral gas. It's not a heritage tag, but a dream tag.
Dream tag?
Yeah.
Okay, because I mean, part of the problem there too is we're kind of, and one of the cabs brought it up, and it looked like they had a fairly detailed discussion about it. You know, we're definitely overselling the tags for the bears as well. And then when you have a problem like what happened last year, it just exaggerates the issue. So, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And Mr. Jackson, a bunch of the cabs commented on the use of the female harvest as a limit. Can you kind of walk us through that, or the history of, you know, why we're using that metric to close or stop a season in progress, or what's the science behind that? Is it useful information?
That's a good question. Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. So that was started at the final year. Jeremy Drew was chairman. I believe that was maybe 2017. And my professional opinion is we have a overall harvest limit for biological reasons, and we have a female harvest limit for cultural reasons.
Yeah, that seems to make sense, because I mean, if we're talking 3 bears out of 400 to 700 in round numbers, it's a very, very low percentage.
I would agree, yes.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was just curious, have we had instances in years past where the female harvest limits have been met in areas and closed down?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist, yes, we have. However, the seasons have always been open longer, and we haven't seen all 3 units closed down. This was the first year where we saw things happen so rapidly.
Commissioner East.
Okay. So I guess my questions might be better addressed to Carl, but if the female harvest is a social or cultural barrier, let's just say barrier to keeping a season open longer, if we removed that, is there any scientific or biological consequence if we remove the female harvest?
No.
No.
It's such a small proportion of the population, no.
Okay. And if we increase, per some of the cab's comments, if we increase the unit group harvest limit, I think it was proposed at 8, 8, and 10, is there any biological consequence?
No.
Okay.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was kind of vowing to stay a little quieter today, but in my opinion, I think what's happening is that we're starting to realize the complications of the hunt, and we set parameters. Those didn't work real well because they're not real favorable now that we've had a rough season and people didn't get a hunt. So now we're talking about readjusting and moving things. I'm fine with adapting. I'm fine with that kind of mentality. I am. I understand that you got to be flexible and you got to be adaptive to things. But I'm not sure that we as a conservation community, meaning all of us up here, everybody out there, the public, we really haven't come to grips with what we're doing with this hunt. Okay, it's an opportunity hunt. Are we really interested in conserving bears? Because we haven't done much to encourage them to rewild into their historic rangelands. Or are we just sitting here saying, we've got this waterfall of bears that spill into Nevada, and we're going to take advantage of them. We don't have to worry about too many parameters, social or biological, because there's going to be a point where they retract and the numbers are going to go down just because that's what they do with the meta population, where they just kind of come and go a little bit. So they fall into Nevada, we take advantage of them for a while, and then they retract. So what is it? What are we trying to accomplish? I struggle with this because I've asked what are our thoughts for, encouraging bears to be in the Spring Mountains. And I know poor Tom Barnes cringed when I mentioned, what about the rubies? We've got them coming over by over by Hawthorne. Mount Grant, right? Yeah. And we were up there, and people were saying we'll probably see some bears. Well, what, we see 3 or 4? I mean, it was pretty crazy. So where are we going to fall on the scale? Where are we? Are we just going to take advantage and just kind of maneuver our way through these what happened this last year, or are we going to say no? This is how we're going to go because it's just the right thing to do. We're going to struggle with this. This hunt's got challenges, and I think this is the tip of the iceberg. Every year we're guaranteed having 30 people that aren't going to get a bear right out of the gate, and now this year we tacked on a couple of others, insignificant, but one of them just happened to be the dream tag holder, from my understanding. That'd irritate you. I get it. That would be frustrating. So this is where I'm struggling. I reached out to people yesterday. Hey, if there's a conversation on moving tags back to, to not have a dream tag, so we don't have that problem. What's the appetite? And the bottom line is, for me, is it's coming down to quotas. What do we really do? What are we doing with this hunt? Are we going to conserve bear? Or are we just going to take advantage of them when we can? That's kind of where I'm boiling down to. So those are my comments for now. I appreciate you guys have done a new mark estimate. That's, I know they're complicated and they're time consuming, so. And if I could make one more quick comment, I think some of the concern, and maybe Pat and Carl could speak to it, but one of the major concerns is that that you may not be able to measure adverse reaction in the population through the females because it takes time to see that. So we might be doing damage now that we don't see until later. And this kind of goes back to my point. Are we just taking advantage of them as they waterfall in, and when the waterfall stops, they retract, and it just kind of gets all smeared together, and it's not a big deal? Or what are we trying to do? So.
Go ahead.
My questions keep kind of coming back to my brain. It's a little too early for my brain. If either of you, Mr. Jackson or Mr. Lackey, could speak to the age of the bears taken in the last couple of years, the conditions of the bears, because I hear we're potentially taking younger bears when we've got this rush to get out and fill a tag. And then I've heard that some of these bears are just in really, really poor condition. And it's a good thing we're taking them out of the population. So can you speak to the condition, the age in the last few years, maybe not just last year, but have we had a younger bears, I should say, taken just because people want to fill their tags?
So I'll have Carl come up, but I'll do a broad brush response. So there were a few different questions in that. You're curious on the age of harvest?
Yeah, I mean, I know you have an average age there, but I specifically am hearing that in the last couple of years, we've had some younger bears taken in a rush to get a tag filled, so the season didn't close on them. And that could be potentially doing more harm to our overall future than if we were to back it off and say, okay, we're gonna increase this harvest limit for females? Or what's their overall body condition? Are they healthy? Are they unhealthy?
So I'll have Carl come up again. So I would agree that the female harvest limits very well may create a rush for people that want to fill their tags. I think that we probably did see that in the first unit group that was closed this most recent year. Carl really checks in most, if not all, the bears, so I'll let him speak to those body conditions. But again, in the spirit of a 3-year average, the age of both males and females does indicate a light harvest.
Okay.
Carl Lackey, Department of Wildlife. Thanks for the question. As far as average age and condition of bears go, yes, we saw some younger bears, including a yearling killed last year, but that is not an anomaly. We have that happen, have had it happen throughout the history of the hunt occasionally. I think it was exacerbated a little bit last year because so much of it happened in a short period of time. The bears were not in poor condition generally, but not in as good as condition as we normally see in other years, where we have the really big males killed with several inches of fat. Last year, that was probably, I'm sure it had a lot to do with the 2 years of drought and very poor natural food conditions. Some of the other metrics, though, I think that are interesting to look at are when we look at average days hunted by successful hunters, especially when we compare that to, and this addresses your specific question on removing the female harvest limits, on years where female harvest limits were in place, the average is almost 5.8. And then in the years where, I'm sorry, get that backwards. In years where the female harvest limit is in place, in 2011 and then again in 2017 through 2022, the average days hunted has dropped. Last year being 2.9, about half of the previous several years' average. Another interesting metric, and I'm not sure exactly what this means, but again, on the years where the female harvest limits were in place, the number of bears pursued with hounds increases. And again, I'm not sure what that means. I just found that interesting.
So with the female harvest in place, the number of hounds pursued, or the number of bears pursued with hounds increased?
Yeah, the average went up from 9 to about almost 12, 11 point something.
Okay.
And I will make, and correct me if I'm wrong, Pat, but the data that we gave to Dr. Williams is our study area only, meaning areas 19 and 29. All our mark estimates in 2008, 11, 14, and 18 were all for bears captured in the study area, primarily. We've had a handful of bears down in other areas, but primarily in the study area, which equates to about half of the area where we have bears, so 19 and 29 compared to all of Area 20. So that our modeled estimate, bear population model, is still sitting right at about 700 bears.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. Good to see you, Carl. Haven't seen you for a while. So help me with the bear condition, the body condition again. There's exceptions, of course, but typically we've had a little bit lower body, a little less body condition lately. Is that what you were saying, or?
Well, just last year.
Just last year.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really dive into that a whole lot. prior to this meeting, but last year we had some bears that were on the thin side, especially when compared to previous years. Hunters, and when we check them in, we're just used to seeing bears come in, especially out of the Pine Nut Mountains with 4 or 5, 6 inches of fat. And we just didn't see that last year.
So I guess where I'm headed a little bit is we saw the habitat conditions where, you know, as we're going through October, most years it's a challenge out there. I mean, we're seeing those drought, and it starts to improve a little bit, hopefully with good winters. But we're talking about bears with potential body conditions. We're out there moving them around the landscape. The stop and spot or whatever, spot and stock, whatever it is. You know, when we're hounding, we're running those bears at the most critical time of their season, where they're trying to, you know, body up and put some weight on so that they can go into the winter in a condition. And it doesn't sit well with people. It doesn't sit well with me. You know what? We do it with other animals too. So I understand that it's not just bears. But it's a different strategy for bears. You know, they're packing it on so they can go lay down for a few months. So their need, I mean, 25,000 calories a day. That's insane if you think about it. And it's just a difficult hunt for me to process. There's just a lot of variables, and I'll be interested to hear the suggestions that are brought up and the conversations that we have. But man, I just feel like we're going to start digging, and when are we going to stop digging? Where's it going to end? Because I think it'll say everything about where we truly stand on bears in Nevada. Are we going to encourage them to be here, or are we just going to take advantage of them while they come and go over that waterfall? So.
Okay, Carl, real quick, last year on that, the early female harvest, I guess you could say, in the unit groups, do you know what percentage, or was it a higher percentage of those that were with hounds, or was it without hounds? Do you recall?
I can tell you. It was about average. 11 of the 16 bears were taken with hounds. And I can give you every year if you're interested, but the previous year was 14. The year before that was 10, 12, 11, so falls right in there.
Average, okay.
Overall, 73%. Overall, since 2011, 73% of bears are taken with the use of hounds.
And that doesn't necessarily account for the ones that were pushed around before the take.
As far as bears pursued, no. We have that number, bears pursued and then released, where the hunter chose not to harvest.
Yeah.
209.
Yeah. So, you know, and then this last year we have a bunch of female take. You know, when, you know, the whole idea behind the hounding is that people would step away from taking sows. I mean, that's the whole reason. That was the primary reason. And, you know, what's playing into this is, I'll just say it, you know, I'm going to get mine before the door closes. I may not have another opportunity. And that's not a reflection of people's character or personality. I'm just saying it's a reality of how we have it set up. And I don't know that you can fix that, but who can blame them?
And I could foresee that, at least conversations I've had with hunters and guides, we could foresee that happening and getting worse this coming year. I know I personally received a few phone calls from hunters who had max bonus points, drew a bear tag last year. They were upset at us because during the indoctrination, we tell them not to be in a hurry. And then here the hunt closed in 24 days, 25 days. So
And then we're in a position of saying, well, that's on them for not getting out there. So we're basically telling them, hurry up and get out there, which is contrary to that. And it perpetuates this idea that, man, I have to get out there on the first day and get mine. You know, and it's, so it's kind of a tough circle to get out of. How do we work out of it? I don't know. I'm struggling with how, it's just the nature of the beast, I guess. You know, it is what it is.
I'm coming back to that body condition, because if we are seeing poor body condition, and I know I've shared this story with many of you before, but I have a friend who had a bear tag a couple of years ago, and she hunted 5 or 6 days, and she treed 2 sows. And she did not want to close the hunt. Had she harvested a sow, it would have closed the hunt. She didn't want to do that. But in hindsight, she chased a male, a boar, on her last day, and it got away from them. And she had a guide, and she had hounds. In hindsight, she said, I should have taken that second sow. She was old, and her body shape wasn't great, and she said, I just chose not to close the hunt. So that's why I keep coming back to body condition, because I continue to hear from sportsmen that body condition has just not been great on some of these older bears. And maybe that's why they're still out there, because somebody doesn't want to take an older bear that's in poor shape. That doesn't make, we'll call it what it is. It's a trophy hunt. Maybe it doesn't make the best looking I don't know. I didn't ask, but I keep coming back to that. Are we doing them a disservice leaving them out there? Are we not? And that's why I really wanted to talk to you today, Carl, just to have all of us hear from you, your perspective and your thoughts on, are we leaving too many out there that should be, or could be taken?
That's really subjective.
I know, and
to the hunter, really. We've had hunters take older bears, very, very thin bears in years past for that very reason. They thought it was a mercy killing more than anything else. We have had that happen. As far as leaving too many, when you think bears in general, no. Our harvest rate, which is the percent of bears killed in the hunt compared to our population, our overall harvest rate is about 2%, 2.1 or 2 for males, 1.8 for females. 2% overall, and when you look at states that manage their bear hunt for a population number, they're managing harvest rates at between 12 and 20%, 12 and 21%. So we are way, way below that harvest rate. Plenty of, space, plenty of bears in the population.
Do you have the number of females harvested by hounds?
Probably.
Or with the use of hounds, not harvested by hounds, sorry. Again,
I do. Let me see if I have it here. Percentages.
Okay.
When hunters use dogs, 27% females. When using other hunt methods such as spot and stalk or calling, it's 41% females.
For females? Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's what we teach in the indoctrination, is if they're using hounds, they have a better chance of determining sex.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mario.
So I'm just curious, this discussion of kind of race to the finish. In your experience, do you see that issue created because of the 50-20 issue? Or is this more perpetuated because of fear that the sow quota is going to be met and the unit's closed?
In conversations with hunters, I would say it's the latter.
And I guess also, I mean, we do issue almost double the tags for the quota, right? And then, so you're creating the race to get your bear, you know? One other item I have to bring up, because it was sent to me by, it was actually a member of a cab, is, I guess they did a FOIA request, and the department has a report that Carl does every year that is very detailed. The commission doesn't see it. The cab member had to do a FOIA request to get it from the department. It's a very detailed report. I mean, sitting on this side of the table this year, every year making these decisions, I can tell you that I would have liked to seen this since I've been on the commission, and I've got the records, I think, going back all the way to 2010. I just got those. I know not everybody's got them. The public hasn't seen them. It's not really part of the discussion today. But I know there's probably reasons why the department doesn't circulate it to everyone, and I understand those as well. But I also think it'd be very prudent to this discussion in the future for everybody to see that every year. So I want it. I'm sure that was going to get brought up here in a minute, so I was just going to bring it up ahead of time. So, any additional questions for Carl or Pat? Okay. So we'll take it out to cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno?
I've been practicing this. Chairman, members of the board, how was it? That was my greeting. We ultimately, at Dave Salaga, Clark County Cab, we ultimately voted 7-0 in favor of this quota. But I wanted to bring to the commission's attention the discussion. This was a lively discussion between the people who were against it, general public, and people who were for it, general public. What it really came down to, this was discussed in the meeting, was the expansion of the bear population from California into Nevada. Everybody recognized that what we're really seeing in Nevada is a recolonization of the population that was once here and left for whatever reason. We didn't get into those reasons. But we understand that we're seeing the spillover from California. Another thing we discussed was the non-hunting mortality, primarily bears hit by motor vehicles, and what the ratio was for that mortality versus the actual hunting tags. And then there was substantial public discussion against it. And it really came down to is that this is merely a trophy hunt, serves no purpose, why are we doing this, et cetera, et cetera. Now, based on that, we had our vote. It was 7-0. But there was much discussion on the board over the comments. And what I'd like to now do is step into what the commission said today and attempt to address that we were anticipating this kind of discussion without knowing the discussion points. And listening to what the board said, we actually did cover some of those. And in the spirit of it, I would like to point out a couple things. The cab recognizes that this is a opportunity hunt based on where the bear population actually comes from. But it's a great opportunity. I mean, who would pass up an opportunity to have another state with the burden of the population and we get the spillover and the benefits from it? The other factors that were considered that were discussed by the board members, we talked about it, and some of it by implication, and that it ultimately comes down to is we have to trust the NDOW experts in order to set the quotas based on any number of conditions that we may not know, but they consider, and we think they've done that. So if any unique situations come up, for instance, a gentleman gets a dream tag, but he doesn't make the decision to go hunt early, the season closes out, he's out of a tag. Well, that's a special situation. And given it's a dream tag, the conditions that to get it, maybe the board should consider how to handle the dream tag separate from the other tags. But in terms of passing up on a sow to get a boar, that's just a decision that a hunter makes anytime they go out and hunt. And, it's not discussed here, but elk, mule deer, antelope. I've talked to many hunters who've passed up on one to get shut out, and now they wish they would have gone back 3 days and taken the opportunity that they had. That's the nature of the beast. What I would ask then is that going forward, because this bear hunt gets a lot of discussion, which frankly, I'm not really sure I understand why. It's a game animal, it's a hunt, it's managed by NDOW, that's how we do all this stuff, is to again provide the cabs with more information so that we can discuss it as a cab to better prepare you guys for our position on the exceptions to the rule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Is it on?
I think you're good.
Okay. I'm Gene Green, for the record, Carson Cab. I'm just representing them here today because I'm no longer a cab member, but I'm retired and they aren't. They have jobs. So anyway, most of the things that were discussed today came up in our meeting. We had quite a discussion about it too. You've obviously seen our report. I just wanted to make, it was voted on 100% that we should remove the female limit. That seems to be a big problem with the rush to get yours before anybody else does. It's just a mental issue that people have. That seemed to be a big point in their meeting, that there was no reason biologically why we should have the limit, because it's out of their they haven't begun their lactating period, and the cubs aren't born till February, and so it's not a problem. And it just seemed to be several of the board members had talked with other hunters who had lost their tag because the season was ended before they got to go out. And it just doesn't seem right on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. I hope I don't push your buttons there. So at Washoe, we voted unanimously to support the bear hunt, and along with 100% of the public in attendance supported the bear hunt. I'm the one that did the FOIA request for this bear information. As a cab member, I think it is ridiculous that I have to file a FOIA request to get information that Carl Lackey put together. And I do have one copy if somebody wants it. I did pass it on to a couple of members. This is fantastic information. The report that Carl put together, and for the last quite a few years, is really good information. I'll give you a summary of a couple of the highlights from this. Last year, there were 4,260 that applied for this bear hunt, 4,042 bonus points, so 8,302 people were interested in the bear hunt. We had a harvest rate of around 2% of the total estimated population, so the sustainable harvest rates in the literature, as Carl was saying, is 12 to 21%. Including all mortality, the percentage is still way under the sustainable harvest rate of other states. The reason I wanted the FOIA, had to do the FOIA request, is for the human-bear conflict, which I don't know why this is secret. For the 5-year period from 1987 to 1991, there were 14 human-bear conflict reports. Last year, there was 1,450. I think this kind of indicates more than a waterfall event. We have a population of bears in Nevada. This is not just a small spillover. And this is, in the graphs that Carl presents, this is a steady increase since the period where it's followed. So at the last season setting, there was significant discussion about there is a problem with the current structure of the bear hunt due to the sow harvest. With the sow harvest being met so early, people rush into other open areas. shot the other sows, younger boars, and closed the whole thing. So due to that, we would like to, at Washoe, we recommended to eliminate the sow harvest limit completely, which was placed in effect just in 2017. We did, with your discussion, increased the resident quota to 63 and non-resident to 7. I realize that seems high, and I kind of agree with you guys with that one. But we would like to increase the harvest limit for 192 to 196 from 6 to 8. Area 201, 202, 204, 206 from 6 to 8. And 291 from 8 to 10. These are modest increases, lower than I wanted, that were well below any sustainable harvest limits reached. And I thank you guys for having Carl Lackey come up and speak to this. We need a lot more of that. So, and if anybody wants that report, I have it here. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Jim Cooney, Elko. RCAB supports the bear hunt, and I want to note that in public comments during our CAB meeting, it was recommended by an individual to do away with the sow limit, to shut that completely off and just go with the season as it stands. Thank you.
Any additional cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, are there any cabs on Zoom? No? Okay, any public comment in Reno?
Sean Shea, Washoe County, just for myself. I just want to say I'm in favor of this. We've talked about this on and on and on about getting rid of the female quota, and we should have done this a long time ago because this has built a problem into this thing. One thing I think you guys really need to look into, and Carl brought it up at the Washoe County Board, and it was very informative, I thought, was in Nevada, it's on the average, it's 2% we're taking. I mean, other states are 12 to 20 to keep it in. And you talk about keeping everything in check. I think we're well below what we should be harvesting. So there's a lot of bears, and the total expansion. I mean, like I said, I'm a houndsman. I don't put on bears when I'm out in the middle of nowhere, but I seem to catch them. So which is good. I think it's great to see them expand their range. I have no problem with that, and I think they're doing it naturally. And I have to give it to all the cabs that have came up and said things, especially Clark County. I'm not used to seeing Clark County come up and give a good presentation to themselves, to you guys. I mean, I was really impressed with what they had to say, how they had the big talks about it and stuff. So I just want to applaud all the advisory boards that came up and gave good testimony today. Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, public comment on Zoom.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Jana Wright, Clark County. I want to thank you for putting the bear quota item on the agenda before the very potential lengthy discussion on the quotas of the other big game species. I appreciate that. I must say I take issue with the cover memorandum that mentions one recent sighting of a black bear in the Spring Mountains. At the Clark County CAB meeting, NDOW staff admitted this sighting was not substantiated, and this non-sighting was confirmed yesterday by Chief Knight when asked by the chair for confirmation. It makes one question the validity of the other county sightings mentioned. This embellishment serves no purpose to anyone. The bear quota should be set at the lowest number legally allowed. The drought, the recent record snowfalls up north, the poor condition of the bears killed in the 2022 hunt, in addition to quota reductions of other big game species. Give the bears the same consideration and significantly reduce the quota. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rex Flowers, member of the public. I would hope that you would support Washoe County's recommendations. I've been involved with the bear hunt kind of since I sat on a cab when it was first initiated. It's been a very conservative process to get to where we are now and even go further forward. I'm very hopeful that you'll increase both tag numbers and actual harvest numbers and eliminate the sow, the restrictions on sows. The bear population can handle what's gonna what has been proposed. If you review the records and everything that's been done, there's room to progress with this hunt. Yes, it is an opportunity hunt, but it's no more an opportunity hunt than a few other hunts that you're going to discuss today, such as the antlerless mule deer hunt. So, let's not take aim that, are we just doing this for opportunity? I think that's an insult, because when you do that, you're going to end up having to step back on the other also. Thank you, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rex. No one else on Zoom? One more? Okay.
Hi, this is Kathy Smith, Washoe County.
Go ahead.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I just wanted to voice my opinion regarding the black bear hunt. I'm hoping that you will keep the quota as low as possible. I understand that there's some comments about the bear population expanding, but it seems that it's probably coming into Nevada more, if it is, because we really don't have that population number. It's just speculation. Like most of the other bear population numbers we have, is kind of speculation. But the thing is, there's been some serious fires in California, and that's probably why the bears are coming here. And what no one's mentioned, that I heard at least, I did come in a little late, is that the California bear population has been estimated to be around 16,000 bears. When I first started participating in this process, it was around 35,000 bears. I do understand that their harvest numbers have gone down, and they're speculating this might have something to do with the decrease. And it doesn't cover all the areas that contain bears. Having said that, it's still a pretty significant drop, and I think that needs to at least be discussed. The other thing that's kind of interesting to me is that we're seeing bears that are in worse condition. So clearly these bears, they just don't have good habitat. So this increase is likely very short-lived. And I think the final thing that I would like to bring up is I've never understood the thought process of killing an animal because it's older or because it looks like it's in poor condition. I mean, if you truly believe that you're doing an animal a service when you kill them for being in poor position or just for being old, I mean, what does that mean? I mean, should we be doing that with everything? Should we be doing that? I mean, if you think you're doing them a service because you don't want them to die a slow, quiet death, you prefer them to be frightened and run by hounds. I mean, I've always had the argument of, if you were old, would you want that to happen to you? It's a bizarre rationalization that I've never quite understood. I mean, anyway, I just thought I'd bring out the fact that the population in California has decreased by more than 50%. And everybody has always said that our population is one and the same of theirs. So I don't know how.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up. Any additional public comment on Zoom? No? Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission. Oh, one more, okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Stephanie Myers. Thanks for hearing me this morning. I've always been taught that when you approach the death of 10% of a species in an area, you get into territory that's kind of threatened for the survival of a species. So it's not just the hunter quota for bear, which Carl Lackey says is about 2%, but many bears are killed by cars, and NDOW kills bears that are a nuisance or a problem. And let's face it, bears follow their noses, and wildlife-proof garbage containers are not yet mandatory. Also, between drought and wildfire fires, as we've just heard, the habitat has been damaged, and bears are under pressure just to survive. And since NDOW can't accurately guesstimate the number of Nevada bears, today we heard Pat Jackson give two numbers, 418 and 537. So when you add up all of those, then we could be approaching that 10% number that leads us into, a problem just for survival of the bears. Other reasons why we oppose this hunt is that there's no stated management objective. We don't hear that it's for the health of the herd. Just, we can do it, so we will do it. It's an opportunity hunt, which to me is just a euphemism for a trophy hunt, which I know you guys are sensitive about that term. Another reason is the use of hounds is destructive to the environment and against any semblance of fair chase. The bear gets treed, the hunter comes along, and that bear might be a female bear with hidden cubs. We don't know. And lastly, the 2018 Nevada Values Report showed that only 13% of the public supports the bear hunt. And that could make the commission appear archaic and unresponsive. So I urge you to either limit the take to one male or discontinue the hunt altogether. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any additional Zoom comment? All right, with that, I will close public comment. We'll come back to the commission. Oh, you got another one? All right, I would ask if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Jonathan Lesperance with the Nevada Sporting Dog Alliance, just voicing our perspective that we would be in favor of eliminating the individual sow quota from the overall quota. Our perspective is the growing and expanding population justifies and supports an additional harvest on our bear population, and the presence of sow quota can lead to people acting in haste and feeling in a rush rather than taking time and making a more informed decision on the animal that they choose to harvest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're good now? All right, now I am closing it. So back to the commission. Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. I was curious what the harvest success rate has been for the different unit groups over the last few years.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I know that Carl has that in his printed spreadsheet.
Carl Lackey, Department of Wildlife. I don't have it, well, it's on the computer. I do have that information by unit group success rate, but I do have overall success rates by year, if you're interested in hearing that.
Yeah, I would be for maybe the last couple of years.
Well, the long-term average since 2011 is 35%. The previous 3-year average is 36. Last year was 52. But again, overall, it's just right at about a third, 35%.
Okay. And then the next question is over the last number of years, how often is it that the seasons have been closed early as a result of reaching those harvest limits?
It happened, I want to say 2018, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist. It didn't happen at all in the first couple of years of the hunt, and then in my recollection, we've had 1 year, one unit group closed, and another year, two. I can double check that, but I want to emphasize we went from kind of, hey, things are pretty slow to this last year was very different.
Commissioner Wise.
Pat, we've talked a little bit about what our intentions are with the bears in Nevada here. So I'd just be interested in if you have, I don't know if you want to call it a management goal or an objective for the bear population in the state. I know you're still kind of trying to determine how many we have, but overall, if you were to say, like, are we attempting to grow the bear population in Nevada? Are we attempting to keep it stable? What is the objective right now?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist, and after I answer this, any other employees are welcome to also chime in. So we don't have a management objective. In one of the aforementioned papers, the 30 or so mile wide dry swath to the east of where bears really exist is, in at least the literature, known as a little hunt and trough. And so there was a conversation a couple years ago where it's not easy for a male and female bear to both cross that, find one another, and fall in love at least long enough for cubs to hit the ground. And so we do have a natural landscape presenting challenges for that recolonization. Now, I'm not saying that would never happen on its own, but other than that, we just want our bear population to be healthy, and then obviously minimize human-wildlife conflict.
Commissioner McNitch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, you know, we're having the conversation. I mean, it's inevitable in my mind about the sow take. You know, if this was mule deer, we wouldn't be having that conversation at all. They're the baby makers. Matter of fact, we've reduced hunting opportunity, in my opinion, to youth. We took away their ability to hunt does because we want does to produce babies. We're going to talk about it today, and I can guarantee I won't hear one. It's not fair. I'm not likely to hear a lot of people come up and say, no, we need to hunt them. The department has said that it's not a problem biologically, because that will be a social issue just like this is. And so the frustration, I hope you guys understand my frustration. There's an irony or hypocrisy where on one side we're talking about it's not a social issue. There's plenty of bears. It's not going to hurt to take females. But then we turn right around and I hear just the opposite, you know. It's a social issue one way or the other. I understand that. So I'm making my pitch that this bear issue, it's a social challenge. You know, I've kind of walked away from the biological. I have concerns with the females being taken and our ability to measure a negative response and manage that appropriately, so we're not damaging the population. But we're going to have the conversation's going to be flipped. Same variables, same basic. The department's going to be in the same boat. You know, taking does isn't going to negatively impact the population, but we're going to hear the argument on why they should be left on the ground, and that's to make babies. And so I bring that up. It's hard for me to work past that.
Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, and actually, I kind of share those same sentiments, and, where I come at it is, there's two distinctions. One, we've got a growing population of bears, clearly, and clearly we have a decreasing population of mule deer. And the other factor, and I think it was Steve Robinson from the Washoe Cab that pointed out, over the last 20 years, we've had a 100 times increase of the human-wildlife conflict. And obviously, bears are only half of that. We have a greater population of people residing in areas where bears also reside. So, but that is the distinction I draw, and why I would be supportive of removing the female harvest restriction.
Deputy Director Scott.
Thank you, Chair Cavilla. I'm going to speak to a couple of things that I'm listening to. With respect to female take, biologically, the department supports female take on most species. Now, there are reasons why, socially or biologically, why we would recommend something different, but we encourage people to hunt, and there are people that just like to eat different species. And with respect to the bear population, female take is not going to be an issue for the population overall. So we aren't concerned about that. We are seeing more bears in more places, and even though the Spring Mountain sighting that was reported to us was not substantiated, it doesn't mean it didn't occur. We've seen bears in near Caliani. We've seen them around Ely. We've seen them around Elko, Winnemucca, Fallon. Commonly, they're all metrics point to the fact that we have more bears in more places in the state. There are other places that bears could be expanded. We have not recommended that. Maybe we need to come up with a better bear plan for how we want to manage bears in the state overall. I'm not sure if anybody's mentioned it, but the California legislature recently, last year, gave the west side of the lake, I believe it was about $2 million for bear-proof containers. What that may end up doing, combined with the fires in California that have reduced habitat on the California side, we may end up with more bears in the state. It would appear that that's what has been occurring. But with respect to the bear hunt, we've never tried to justify the bear hunt as a way to reduce conflict. That's not the reason why we've justified the bear hunt. With respect to something that Commissioner McNinch said earlier about the population, if we were to see the population decline, we would certainly recommend a lower quota or close the season if we were seeing that we thought the bear population was imperiled. And we're not seeing that. We see that it's a healthy population, stable, and to increasing. And so but the department hasn't recommended any increases in the population. This is things that are coming from the outside, which, as you can hear, we're not concerned about the level of the population that the hunt would change. And lastly, the last thing I want to point out is the bear report that was mentioned earlier. I don't know why that took a public records request. It could have been handled by a phone call. It's not secret information. We have simply chosen not to put that information. It's the conflict, number of conflicts and the number of mortalities that are outside of the hunt. We haven't chosen to put them into the bear report in the status and trend book. That was a decision we made years ago, simply related to the fact that we don't want to justify the hunt by saying we're trying to reduce conflict. And so if it's your expressed desire, we can certainly add that information into that report. The status book has been available online. It's in draft form, but we can add that information in. It certainly is not secret. It's public information, and I don't know why Mr. Robinson had to go through the public records request process to get it. I would have given it to him with a phone call. So anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you for that. Commissioner East, go ahead.
I often ask questions that seem dumb, but it was brought up in public comment, and I just feel like I need to ask the question so that everybody hears it. How do we know that a sow has cubs? If she's hidden her cubs or she's left them and then she's chased, how do we know? Can you tell when she's treed that she's lactating? Is that, I would hope that we have enough guides and hunters out there who are hunting that they would be able to say, yeah, no, we're not going to take this one. She's clearly mothering. How do we know, Carl?
Well, we try to teach some of that during the indoctrination.
Okay.
We tell them if you see cub tracks anywhere near that female bear track, don't put dogs out. If your dogs are out, you come across cub tracks, pull them off. It relies a lot on hunter ethics. By September, when the hunt starts, mid-September into October, cubs have weaned. So, I mean, we can note, and we do, indicate on the form if the female was dry or not. Sometimes that late in the year, if cubs are still nursing, she will still have milk.
Okay.
But it's not a given. Definitely not a given. So that's not a true indicator of whether or not she has cubs. You're relying on hunter ethics, cub tracks, things like that.
And when do they mate? When would a sow become pregnant? If she has the happen chance to meet a boar, like Mr. Jackson stated, that they fall in love, and when do they mate?
Okay, two different questions. They mate in June or July.
Okay.
So coming up here real quick.
Okay.
She doesn't actually get pregnant, so to speak, until late fall. Bears have what is called delayed implantation.
Oh.
So she mates with one male or multiple males. The fertilized egg basically frees slowly within the uterus all summer long. In the fall, her body will do a self-evaluation on whether or not she is in good enough shape, has enough fat reserves to get pregnant, produce cubs, and then wean those cubs through the rest of hibernation. So she'll get pregnant late fall, give birth to cubs right around February 1st during hibernation, and then, of course, that entire time she doesn't eat or drink. So that's why that self-evaluation is important.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? I guess for myself, I have no doubts about the bear population. I don't have any doubts about the harvest limit. The one thing I'm kind of hung up on this year, and one of the cabs did bring it up, is, we allocate over 50% more tags to that hunt than the actual bears we want to harvest. And that in and of itself is creating the land rush, right? I mean, we could get rid of the female harvest. You still have because you've got over double the quota of the actual harvest limit. That in itself is creating the race. And I just kind of have a problem with that myself. There's only a handful of hunts that we issue more tags than we want to actually do the harvest on. And this one, it's by a lot. So that one kind of bugs me, but I have no doubt on the population. I don't believe pulling the female harvest limit out is gonna be a detriment myself. But those are just kind of my thoughts. Commissioner Wise.
I'm not going to claim to know the answer, but I do think that is definitely one of the issues that I feel like needs to be addressed is the rush to finish. Whether that's harvest versus quota, female harvest, I don't know what the solution is, but that rush to finish is something I'd like to consider. And then also a dream tag holder not being able to get to hunt. that's huge. I mean, we set this quota high so that we can issue a dream tag. Someone paid for that tag, you know, and then not even getting the opportunity to hunt. And I don't know what the methodology is. I don't know if it's a special tag. I don't know if that's possible. I could be making things up. But those two issues, the rest to finish and the dream tag, not being able to hunt, are things that I think we need to try to figure out how to address here.
So a real quick question, if there were changes, this matrix would still apply, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. And, you know, you guys know where I'm gonna fall on this, and, you know, I'm gonna throw out, you know, it irritates me that I'm in a position to where, you know, we've got 8 people here, and if there's some kind of split vote, that I could be in a position to having to decide one or the other, but I'll deal with that if I ever get there. I will say that, you know, there's a lot of other conversations that can occur here. You know, you could have a hounding season, you know, where, you know, and then a spot and stock season, you could split those up. Nothing's ever been discussed like that. And I don't even know why I'm suggesting these. I'm just throwing it out. I just feel like if we don't consider the other options, I know where I'm going to land on most of them. Maybe something appeals to me that's better than what I perceive now, but it just feels a little rash to me. I'll just say it. We've done this. I feel like we've done this before, and we've had to go back and kind of have the conversation. I mean, it's being brought right here to us now. I mean, we've read the reports coming into it. Maybe that's not the best way. Maybe there's other things that would hit the table that would alleviate maybe even some concerns from others. You know, I mean, if you reduce the hounding season so that they had their own deal, you know, and, you know, cut the number of tags or, you know, that they have their own quota so that you're not affecting the spot and stock folks or the, you know, including the dream tag or whatever. Maybe that makes a difference. I don't know. So I just hope we don't jump into a puddle that we think is shallow when it turns out to be a real deep pond of some kind, so.
Commissioner Rogers. Or Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a couple of comments. This has been great dialogue today and information sharing. You know, myself in looking at the harvest limits, the hunt itself, I'm in the harvest limits as presented here. I mean, I'm comfortable with those, and the population numbers that have been thrown out there. You know, like Commissioner Wise and Chair Cavilla on this rush to get a bear, this 50-20 split that we have here in terms of quota versus harvest limit. I as well have kind of some issue with that, and I think that's, you know, we can do away with the sow harvest limit. I don't think there's any detriment there, but I still have some little bit of concern with this 50-20 rule, 50 quota, 20 harvest limit, and inevitably there's, you know, 30 folks out there that have had a certain experience, but at any rate, I guess I'm struggling a little bit with these quota numbers as well.
And I guess to be fair, like, you know, we're proposing where we're going to have the management, you know, the wilderness sheep hunt in Area 17, but that's a different ballgame. That's a extremely tough population to hunt. You know, we're trying to entice people to go hunt those sheep because they're there. I don't believe that's the case on the bear hunt. People don't have a problem finding bears. That's not what I'm hearing. So in my mind, it's kind of a different deal. And I don't know in the future. In the future, even with the season setting, if you just got to nail it down more specific. I know west wide there's specific areas where you draw bear tags, or you go to Alaska and draw bear tag, and you draw a tag. There's not this. We're going to give 50 tags for 20 tags deal. You draw a specific tag for your hunt, and when you draw that tag, you say, "Yep, I'm going to go hunt that bear," and That's it, and you don't create this. I just see that as being a big part of the issue myself. I don't know this year. It's a hard one to kind of nail down too, as far as what anyone wants to recommend or.
I'm actually sitting here thinking, this is not my kind of a hunt. I wouldn't hunt a bear, but I don't want to take it away from those who choose to. And I think the edible portions conversation we've had was helpful to me, but it's still not my thing. But I'm wondering, it's been brought up that maybe we need to look at this more closely and more carefully and have further conversations outside of May about this population and what we can do with it. Would there be appetite to raise both the unit group harvest and the female harvest limit a little bit, not raise the resident and non-resident quota, but raise the harvest limits for this year and see how that helps us determine maybe next year what we want to do, and have further conversation in the future about this particular hunt? I would be open to that. It may eliminate a little bit or reduce the race, not eliminate it, but reduce the race if we were to raise the females to, let's just say 5, 4, and 5. Or 4, 3, and 4. I don't know, but I'm just wondering if there's something we can do in the meantime to not necessarily, I can go either way on the female harvest. I get where, yes, this is one of those issues where the female harvest limit, I've typically been against the female harvest. But for this one, I just keep coming back to the fact that our bears are not in the healthiest of conditions. And I know public comment, was, why would we kill an old, we do that with our dogs. I mean, when they're sick and they're unhealthy, we take them out of their misery. And I'm rambling, sorry. That would be a thought for me, is to raise that female harvest limit in addition to raising the overall harvest limit.
Yeah, I kind of had a different thought process, but being as we're in discussion, I'll bring it up.
Okay.
I was almost more along the lines of just, maybe we bump up the total, we drop the female harvest, bump up the total unit group harvest to mirror Washoe, but then we literally set the quota to those tags. Is kind of what I was looking at. We don't set the quota over the number of tags available.
Oh.
That was kind of my thought.
Drop it to?
Well, say if you bumped up, I think Washoe we get rid of the sow harvest. Washoe goes 8, 8, and 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then we literally set the quota to match that. That's kind of what my thought.
26.
26.
Oh.
That was kind of my thought process.
So what would be the split then for resident, non-resident?
We do what? 23 and 3?
23 and 3?
That's just me. I'm only one person up here too.
I like
Commissioner
that,
Keel.
actually.
I kind of agree with your statement relative to getting rid of the total sows limits, because it was just like the goat, not the goat, but the sheep hunt. You know what's coming there, but this one, a race to the end, and then you're ready to go, and you find out the limit has been ended, and you aren't able to hunt. So your suggestion there, I would be in favor of what you mentioned in a motion, if you want to make it.
Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, just following up on Commissioner East's thought earlier, I was trying to do the math. So using the same female harvest limit ratios, that would put 10 tags in 192, 12 tags in the 201 unit, and 15 tags roughly in the 291 unit for a total of 37. And if we went with that route, right, for a total of 37, which is only 13 people if we kept the quota at 50, that would potentially not be able to harvest. But I'm curious as to the department's thoughts on any of these scenarios that, you know.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. A thing to keep into account, off the top of my head, I don't know of any hunt where a tag is issued in the state where hunter success is 100%. And so hunter success for bears has been about 35% on average. And so I would recommend considering that.
I do have a question, Pat, though, on that statistic. That 35%, is that from hunters that actually hunted, or are you comparing tags issued versus hunters that hunted?
I believe that's hunters that hunted, but.
This mic is getting a workout today. The 35%, yes, we base it as best we can on success rates and hunter return card information. So it's hunters that actually hunted. And keep in mind that 35%, one reason it's a 35% success rate is bear hunting is one of the hardest hunts that we have, and I hear that time and again. And just to answer your question about scenarios, if quotas or tag numbers were reduced, let's say from 50 to 25, you're still going to have a roughly 35% success rate. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's a lot of hunters that hunt that had opportunity to harvest, and they don't. They don't all year long. That doesn't mean that they weren't out enjoying the hunt and having a great time and had a great experience just because they didn't harvest.
Yeah, I just reducing the quota compared to harvest. That's just one factor of that race you'd be getting rid of. And I just have to say it. I know that it's my understanding we went to that 50 solely for the purpose that we could get the dream tag, and it does. And the dream tag program is awesome and it's very important, but to do that solely based on that kind of rubs me a little wrong as well. And that was prior to my time on the commission, but and if we did drop the quotas next year, the dream tag would drop out if it went below 50. And then understanding that this year you would still have it, it's already set, but next year it would go away. But using that as justification to set that number, for me personally, just seems a little wrong.
Is the same criteria for heritage?
No.
So you could move the dream tag to a heritage tag.
I believe the commission can do that.
Can the commission do that?
I don't know what you get for I don't know what you would get for a heritage bear tag, because in other states bear tags are so common that that's not really I wouldn't say that would be a highly sought after tag, but
Okay.
in my opinion,
Just throwing out scenarios.
yeah. Commissioner Walter.
I was just hoping, I'm a slow, small-town country lawyer, so I was liking where Commissioner Keel was going here with kind of changing the outcome by raising the quotas, but is it possible for you to reiterate to me what your suggestions were on the harvest limits?
Yeah, so the math that I did based on Commissioner East's increase of the female harvest limit would take the tags in unit group 192, 194, 195, 196 to 10. Unit groups 201, 202, 204, and 206 to 12. and hunt unit groups 291 and 203 to 15 for a total of 37. And then the unit harvest limits that I was using was 5 for the first, 4 for the second, and 5.
And then you were wanting to leave the quotas the same?
Correct. That was the thought process, but yeah.
And I guess with that logic, you'd jump the total potential harvest up to 37 from 20. I guess would that be a concern of the department?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist. So, out of an abundance of caution for managing our bears, I'll use the smaller of the two estimates today of 418. And so 37 divided into 418 is just under 9%. So no, that would not cause any biological impact.
Commissioner East.
So the 37 encompasses both female and male, right? Or is it in addition? So 37 and 14, because that's 51.
It would not, so it would be the same
Okay.
structure that if in any of, so for instance, the first unit group, if 5 females were harvested, then that unit would close.
Okay. Yeah, I know I kind of threw it out there, but now I'm like, I actually really like your proposal, Commissioner, or Chairman. Can you read that again to me?
All right, so what I was proposing was you drop the female harvest limits. The total unit group harvest limits, we bump up, we go 8, 8, and 10. And then we actually reduce the total quota to match the number of tags.
Okay. Which would be 26.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a polarizing topic, and we've talked about it for quite a long time. I think the notion of, even though, biologically there's no significance, to bumping up the tags to 37 or 38, but, to go from 20 to 37 or 26 to 37, I think optically is a tough one for some of the folks in the general population to swallow. And given that, my desire to try and do away with this rush to harvest, based on the chair's recommendation of 26 and then a match quota, I'd be more supportive of that.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist. So these 3 metrics that we use, assuming that there were 26 viable bear tags and harvest success was still at 35%, that would result in 9.1 bears harvested. So between 9 and 10, we're already dealing with a small sample size, which is one of the reasons we use a 3-year average. So I want to point out that that will confound the use of these parameters, since we would be functionally harvesting fewer bears with that recommendation than we have in years prior.
Well, and I mean, I don't even have a problem maybe even bumping the harvest up if we're worried about that, but I just mirror the quota to those tags, maybe even go 10, 10, and 12, and then mirror the quota to those numbers.
Carl Lackey, Department of Wildlife. I want to maybe, if I get what Pat is trying to convey, I'll try to clarify. If we're suggesting increasing the harvest limit, but at the same time decreasing the number of tags, the number of the opportunity or the number of people that are out there hunting, you are going to see a substantial reduction in the number of bear harvested annually. And if that's the goal, then that'll work.
Well, and you may, and then based on how we set our tags, if you set the quota to match the tag numbers, your tag numbers potentially could keep creeping up till you get to your harvest you want. Also as well, ultimately, at some point. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to engage. So you're working with a real small percentage of the population. I see the struggle up here trying to figure out the landing spot. I appreciate the conversation on the dream tag. You're only dealing with 13% approval on this hunt. So 87% of the people surveyed in a statistically valid survey didn't like the hunt as it was. That's a social reading. So what you're doing is you're gonna, and I guess you get to a point where it's like, well, what's the difference between 87% and 95? Well, we might find out what it means. So this hunt goes from a 13% approval and tolerance with the public to an 8 or 9%. Somewhere in there, it's going to make a difference, and people are going to say, "Hey, enough is enough." My God, we already didn't like this, but you're going to pull even those people that have high tolerance out of the equation. They're going to leave that and say, "You know what? Yeah, this is too far for me too." And that's where does it end? I mean, the social aspect of these hunts is it's a two-pronged issue. One's biological, and it is social now, whether we like it or not, and it has relevance. So I've been pounding on that for a lot of years. I'm gonna keep bringing it up. It's a social thing as much as it is biological at this point.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Yeah, no, I appreciate Commissioner McNinch's comments there, and I agree that it's certainly a social issue, but I would think, based on kind of what we've talked about a little bit here of the harvest group limit and then setting the quotas to mirror that would be potentially some type of middle ground or compromise, knowing that there's half as many people out in the field, and based on the success rates, we may not even achieve the overall limit. So,
And I'm in a position where I'm seeing the potential for the number of bears harvested to go down. I understand that. And I see for the dream tag, I mean, there's definitely some things that are moving, but I'm still dealing with, the perception. I mean, I hear from people too. They've given up talking to us through the cabs, and they've given up talking to us in these meetings. They don't feel like they're being heard. But I do hear from them. I hear from them still. You guys may not, but I do. And it's kind of a broad collection of people. And so I sit here like, okay, well, do I play the game that I'll take what I can get until it's all gone? We criticize people for taking that one step at a time until it's gone. So I'm trying not to be that person. So the question is, do I just sit on the fact that I don't like that this bear hunt's not popular, and that it, until it goes away, I just say no? Or do I try to be part of the thing and just say, hey, it's going backwards where there's a group of people that want it, and I'll just take one little bite at a time in peace until it's gone? That's the position I'm in. I don't like being in that position. I don't like playing that game. People get criticized for it. I don't want to be that person. So for me, that's where I'm at. I see the struggle. What's so hard about it? That's a rhetorical. I'm not making light of the conversation. It's a serious one, and I appreciate that we're having it. So,
additional discussion?
I'll just throw this out just real quickly. We can either go to 26 or we can go to 37. If we go to 37 and keep the same strategy that you're talking about, that potentially is 12 bears at 35%. If we do the 26, it's 9. So I would be open to either of those
So
if we really are trying to reduce the number of bears.
well, I don't necessarily know if we're doing that, right?
Well,
I don't have a problem going to the 37. You're talking leaving the female harvest limit, and as long as we set the tags at 37, I would go for that.
no female harvest.
No female harvest.
Yeah. You could go either. You could go 26 or 37. You're only going to really at a 35%, it would be 12. Where at 26, it's 9.
Mario.
I keep going back and forth on this one, and typically am one to follow the biological reasons if they exist. Because this is such a sensitive hunt, and I'm sure I can potentially be convinced another way, but I liked where we were headed with Commissioner East's original proposal, followed by Commissioner Keel at that 37 number. I mean, I think looking back, and I don't have the entire history here, but I think that there was a very particular social reason that we addressed. Female quotas. I think we addressed maybe, perhaps not all, but some of the concerns about a race to the finish by an increase to an overall 37. Yet we are still attempting to address that social concern. And so, I have a concern overall getting rid of it, whether there's science supporting it or not, just due to the sensitivity of this particular hunt.
So in your proposal, are you suggesting no female quota, no female harvest quota, a limit, or are you saying no female harvest at all?
No, on or off? Sorry, okay. I was just saying that originally I said if we took it to 37 and we increased the female harvest to 5, 4, and 5, that 37 would result in potentially a 35% success rate would be 12 bears. If we take away the sow harvest, that could potentially raise that 12. I'm just trying to figure out where our appetite is. If we just cap it at 26, that's 9 bears total. So I'm not necessarily making a motion. I'm just trying to figure out where our appetite is as a
It just,
commission.
if it had to do with not taking any sows at all, then it would just prompt a question in my mind, and I'll just throw it out for part of the consideration. So if you had a 0 sow take, period, what happens when one is taken? Then what? Is
I
kind of
wasn't
the-
proposing 0 sows.
Okay, that helps. So,
Yeah,
okay,
no.
'cause-
I was
Because that would
proposing-
create a whole other issue, even though I think there's people that would say, yeah, that's great, so, but it would create, that would open a whole other conversation for sure, I think.
Yeah, no, I wasn't proposing a zero sow. I was either proposing raise it or have no cap.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a comment, I guess, and that is I'm just wondering, biologically, if we go with the 26 number harvest limit versus increasing that up to 37, based on the success rate and potentially taking 9 bears versus 12 bears, I just got to believe biologically it's insignificant and probably doesn't make a bit of difference in terms of those numbers. However, optically, to the social side of things, going, increasing tags by, 11 tags, optically, socially, I don't know if that's a sticking point with me or not. Preferring, I suppose, to see the lesser of the two.
Commissioner Keel.
Thank you, Chairman. We'll see where this sticks, or if it doesn't. But I'm going to go ahead and move to approve Commission Regulation 23-05, the 2023 black bear quotas and harvest limits, as presented with following changes to hunt units groups 192, 194, 195, and 196. A harvest limit of 10, hunt unit group 201, 202, 204, and 206, to a harvest limit of 12, hunt unit group 291 and 203 to 15, and keeping the unit group female harvest limits in those 3 units. We'll increase those to 5, 4, and 5, and we'll set the quotas for resident, that'd be, say, 30, and non-resident of 37.
Or wait, set the quotas again?
30 and 7.
30 and 7. Okay, I
To match.
thought you said 37.
I might have, actually.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll second that motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does everyone understand the motion? Looks like they do. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 7-1.
But I will say, I appreciate the opportunity to vote for Dream Tag thing in the future, so.
Okay. We've been going at it now for a while, so we'll come back at 10:30. All right, if everybody wants to start working their way back to their seats, we're going to get going again. All right, we're going to get going again. Agenda item number 16B, Commission Regulation 23-14, big game quotas for the 2023-2024 season. Wildlife Staff Specialists Mike Cox, Cody Schroeder, and Cody McKee for possible action. The commission will consider and may take action to approve regulations for the numbers of tags to be issued for mule deer, pronghorn antelope, elk, bighorn sheep, and mountain goats for the 2023-2024 season. And I think we'll go kind of like we typically done. We'll go per species. So we'll start with antelope. And Cody is not here in person today, so he is going to be on Zoom. Cody. Okay, so Cody can, whenever you're ready.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me share my screen. All right, can you see that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Yeah, apologize for not being able to make it in today. Just had a surprise COVID exposure. Didn't want to spread that around anybody, so I'm here at HQ today. I have a brief presentation for the record. Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. I have a brief presentation on antelope. And then we can get into the season tables or the quota tables. So generally speaking, our pronghorn herds are doing fairly well. We were kind of coming out of a slight decline in our statewide population trend this year. We're actually up slightly, but we're really where we kind of maxed out about 2018, right around 30,000 pronghorns statewide. We did see some retractions in some areas, but overall our herds, some of them actually increased, and some of that statewide population estimate is reflecting some increases that we saw in some of our herds in central Nevada. Overall for harvest trend, we've been tracking this horn length sort of as a metric of mature bucks in the population, and our 10-year average is right at about 26. We dipped below that quite a bit in 2021, but we're now kind of inching back up to our 10-year average on that. Overall, as provided in support material, our management objectives for pronghorn for bucks, we're managing for a range of 20 to 30 bucks per 100 does of 2 years old or greater, really trying to target the center of that 25 bucks. And then our doe harvest strategy, for smaller populations, we have a 1 to 10% harvest rate of adult does, and our larger populations above 1,500, we're targeting a range of anywhere from 5 to 20% harvest of the adult doe population. And so just overall, here's our recommendations kind of rolled up by weapon class. Horns longer than ears on the top, and then horns shorter than ears on the bottom there. We only offer the horns shorter than ears to residents. And you can see the percentage breakdown. That's about as close to 90-10 overall for antelope as we could get with these quotas. And I would like to point out in the support material, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, that I did find So we found some typos on the actual season dates that were provided for the support material. So we updated some of our muzzleloader seasons in January. For the muzzleloader seasons, they're showing as support material for units 041, 042, 043, 046 as September 25th to October 4th. Those should actually be October 15th to the 21st. And that is true for also units 141, 143, and units 202, 204. And I have those corrected in my quota sheet. Apologize for that error, but we just caught that today.
All right.
And with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Any questions for Cody? Commissioner East.
Cody, mine are probably more general, overall questions. In reading through the quota rationale, I guess I came up with a couple of questions. What is your confidence level of 2022 to 2023 winter survival? I think I talked with someone else earlier in the week, and antelope are a little bit more resilient maybe than some of the other populations. They don't tend to winter high or winter low, summer high, I guess.
Yeah, Commissioner East, for the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. So we don't have nearly as many collars out for tracking antelope as we do for, say, mule deer. But as you mentioned, they are a little more adaptable in terms of their migration strategies. They seem to be a bit more nomadic. They tend to occupy low valleys where, we don't have the high snow lows like we see in some of the mountain ranges where deer occupy. In some cases, our herds can migrate, hundreds of miles if they need to. They just seem to have a more flexible strategy. That being said, the areas that we do have some collars, we have seen a fair amount of elevated mortality, particularly in the areas that were hit the hardest with cold temperatures and snow in the valleys. Southern Elko County, northern White Pine County are two in particular. But overall, we haven't seen any evidence from just like piles of antelope stacking up or dead antelope. We saw some, as I mentioned, in Huntington Valley, 065, Ruby Valley. We saw some, indicators of higher mortality rates, and we did lower our population estimates in those units.
Okay. And I have one more question. And I can't point right now, because I didn't write it down, to a specific hunt unit, but I'm assuming that in some of those, in some of the units where there's maybe a higher quota recommendation versus population, you're either managing to carrying capacity or to buck-to-doe ratio. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. Yeah. So for the bucks, it's all about the buck-to-doe ratio, the quota recommendations, not really having much to do with carrying capacity or anything like that.
Okay.
For the doe harvest, we did see some increases. And that's just primarily because our counts were super high this year in some of these areas. We had real high fawn counts, record samples on survey. And so we are trying to maintain some of those populations within a reasonable means of the habitat, or in some cases to release pressure on, agricultural lands as well.
Okay. Those were my questions. Thanks.
Any additional questions for Cody specific to antelope? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, and maybe it was on one of your slides today, but I see that the recommendation is a total of 32, 34 3,234 tags for 2023. Just curious what the total tags were for 2022.
Yep, I have that. Let me pull it up real quick. So 2022, we had in the horns longer than ears, we had 2,183. Horns shorter than ears, 973. Total tags would have been 3,156.
All right, any additional questions for Cody or specific to antelope? I know we had a couple cab recommendations, but we'll let the cabs come up first and then we can go through those. So any cab comment in Reno?
Steve Robinson, Washoe. We're pretty good with pretty much all the recommendations except for the primitive weapons. And for Washoe County, the success demand ratios really lowered our tag numbers. So we'd like them, artificially lowered them. So we would like them raised back to last year's recommendations or approved quotas. So for muzzleloader hunt 2171, for 012, 014 from 2 to 5 tags, and 015 from 6 to 10 tags, from 021, 022 from 1 to 2 tags, 033 from 1 to 2 tags. And then for the archery hunt, and this is going to be the same for the deer also, we're going to want pretty much the same with small changes. 011 for the archery hunt 2161, 011 from 2 to 5 tags, 015 from 8 to 15 tags, 021 to 022 from 2 to 5, and 033 from 3 to 4. This is just, we think this is going to give hunters a little more opportunity to get out there and enjoy the seasons with very low success rates. So it's not going to really hurt the population at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom specific to antelope? Okay, any public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. I guess, Cody, any thoughts on Washoe cab's recommendations?
Yeah, I mean, these were just, we were just riding our standard demand success formulas. I have a little bit more discussion on that for the mule deer. I have a couple slides on that. I just included them here. There was an additional cab comment, a recommendation, and it was actually from Esmeralda County. I don't think they've had a cab meeting for many years, but they resurrected that. So they actually submitted that for hunt 2151 units, 211 to 213. They wanted an increase from 5 to 7 for the any legal weapon hunt. And that was the only other cab comment that I saw anywhere.
I guess, do you have any concerns with those cab recommendations?
No. And then here, just so I can show that, and I should have mentioned this before, but these dates they're correct on this version of the spreadsheet here for these 041, 043, the units we changed in January. And I should just mention that the seasons we set back in January, those are the ones that people that have applied in the draw would have seen and will see if they haven't applied yet. So there's no issues there. It was just sort of a typo on the support material. But yeah, I don't have any issues with the cab recommendations to increase from Washoe for the primitive weapons, as stated by Mr. Robinson, probably pretty low success rates, and it'll likely have not much biological impact.
Cody, real quick, those dates you're talking about there, what hunt is that specific to? Is that the?
This is muzzleloader.
Okay.
Resident muzzleloader 2171. So they're highlighted in blue here. If you can see that. And then I think there's two non-resident hunts as well. Muzzleloader, 2271. There were no changes to the quotas in these, or no recommendations. Those would just stay at 1 for the recommended quota.
Got it. Any additional questions for Cody? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, sure. If there's no questions, thank you, Chairman. I'd move to approve the 2023 big game quota recommendations, Commission Regulation 23-14, respective to the antelope hunts as presented for any legal weapon hunt 2151, as presented with the following changes in unit group 211 through 213, that quota increasing from 5 to 7. The non-resident antelope horns, longer than ears, any legal weapon 2251, as presented. Resident antelope horns, longer than ears, muzzleloader hunt 2171, as presented with the following changes in hunt unit group 012 and 014, increasing from 2 to 5. Unit group 015, increasing from 6 to 10. Unit groups 021 and 022 from 1 to 2. Hunt unit group 033 from 1 to 2. With the noted date changes in unit groups 041, 042, 043 through 046, 141, 143, and 151 through 156. Those dates should be changed to August 15th through August 22nd. The non-resident muzzleloader hunt 2271, as presented with those same date changes for unit group 043 through 046, and unit group 111 through 114. The resident antelope archery hunt 2161, as presented with following changes to hunt unit group 011, the quota increasing from 2 to 5, and unit group 015 increasing from 8 to 15, and hunt unit group 021 and 022 increasing from 2 to 5, and hunt unit group 033 from 3 to 4. Then hunt non-resident antelope horns, longer than ears, hunt 2261, as presented. And resident antelope horns, shorter than ears, any illegal weapon 2181, as presented.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Vice Chair Rogers. Does everyone understand the motion? I guess, does Cody understands what we went through there?
Yep, I got them all. I can make them on the spreadsheet real fast if you want to see them, but I just wrote them in the support material.
Okay. With all that, I think everybody understands what we got going. So all those in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Cody.
All right, thank you.
Now we got the other Cody for elk.
Stand by way, plug in here. Sorry, I have a new laptop, so I'm trying to figure out the nuances of getting this to work how I would like. Is it? What's that? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, there we go. Thank you very much for your help. Cody McKee, for the record, staff specialist in the game division. I'm going to go through a quick overview of our elk herd status, some of our harvest trends, and then finally we'll close with our departmental recommendations for elk quotas this year. And I apologize, some of this is probably going to look familiar. I've updated numbers. I'm trying to breeze through this as quickly as I can. So currently about 90% of our herds are at or below population objective. The two notable exceptions are going to be 076 to 077, what we kind of refer to as our Goose Creek herd, which is actually just barely below objective. I think our estimate's at 1,300 and the objective is 1,200. So we're close. And then 078, 105 to 107 and 109, that's Spruce Mountain. That herd is well over objective. We have some challenges with land ownership in the area that creates refugia for elk, and we're currently working with the various owners in the area to try and find ways to push them off and address some of that. Those excess numbers. Our antlerless recommendations continue to be well below historic highs that we saw in 2013 and 14, and these are intended to stabilize herd growth. In most places, we are kind of riding the line right at objective. It's a good place to be. And then finally, our antler objectives for bull elk harvest continue to be very strong, indicating a quality elk hunting experience here in the state. So this is a population depicting the status and trends of our elk herd numbers. So those gray bars represent numbers over time back to 2005. You'll see our peak in 2014. Currently, we're at about 12,500 elk. We've been there since 2018. It's a very stable population, a true testament to our ability to understand our populations and ensure that we're maintaining compliance with the various local subplans. The other trend line there is a smoothed calf ratio. So I've used 3-year averages to smooth for the current year. And the reason I did that is it tends to be erratic. This kind of helps us better see how trends change over time. From 2014 to last year, we did see a subtle decline in calf ratios, in part contributed to high cow harvest, so that kind of artificially inflates calf ratios. But this last year with lower cow harvest, we actually saw a bit of a rebound in our calf ratios, a good sign in that last year's range conditions, at least for elk, seem to be help them support attending calves and recruit them into the population. And then you'll see that bear out in our spike harvest recommendations or spike quota recommendations for the upcoming year. Taking a quick look at some of our guiding information for antlers for bull quality. We have 3 harvest objectives outlined in our I think it's our harvest management prescription document. I can't remember what the final name of that was. 3 objectives for 50-inch main beams, which roughly correlates to a 7-year-old bull or older. For a standard hunt area, 25 to 35% of main beams reported by hunters should be 50 inches or longer. In alternative areas, that proportion is 35 to 45, and then in our non-standard areas, we do a quick review of harvest, whether that's 6 points or greater, main beams, harvest success, hunter satisfaction reported by hunters. All of that information kind of paints a picture of what the hunt experience was like, and the availability of bulls on the landscape. What I want to point out here, if we look at trends over time, the top line is 6 points or greater. The bottom line is that 50-inch main beam metric. If we go back to 2008 to 2022, the most recent year on the right, you'll see that there's pretty much a subtle but increasing trend over time. This year was the highest on record. So going back to 2008, they were both 35, but if we really got nuanced with our data, we'll see that this year it was 35.5% of our bulls had 50-inch main beams or greater. In 2008, it was 35 on the dot. I guess the take-home message here is that our metric is suggesting that we're offering a high-quality hunt with adequate age structure for those bulls being harvested. This next graph is showing resident antlered bull tags over time. The message here is that we have seen a decline in tags being offered to our resident hunters by weapon class since 2016 when our populations peaked. What's really interesting, however, is within the last 3 years, we're seeing a rebound in success rates. This is generally indicative of underprescribing of tags. My preference would be to see that stable, or even the potential of underestimating our elk herd. So essentially, there's just more bulls out there than what we've modeled, and that's creating more opportunity on the landscape for hunters. So between our 6 points or greater, between our 50-inch main beam, between harvest success by all of our weapon classes, hunters seem to be doing pretty well when they're pursuing bulls here. And also, interestingly, the last 2 years, our muzzleloader success has been higher than our or our rifle success. So the muzzleloader being the red line, rifle being the blue line. And that had implications for our demand success formula calculations. As you guys are probably aware, success goes up, tags go down. And when you're carrying a success rate on a primitive weapon class that actually exceeds what we consider to be the most effective weapon class, that tends to drive tags down, as well as lower demand for those primitive weapon class hunts. Want to remind the commission that we did revise the definition of spike elk. That was finalized in November of 2022. Previously, all bulls shown here would have been legal under our past definition, which was no more than 2 antler points above the ear on either antler. That revision is now no more than 2 antler points on either antler, so that would effectively make those 2 bottom bulls ineligible for harvest. I do want to point out that when we I did an evaluation of our harvest data in November, that 97% of our spike harvest was actually 2 points or less. So we don't expect there to be a dramatic decline in success rate on these hunts. There will probably be some, and that people are going to may have to spend a little bit more time finding an eligible spike. But that's also important to note, because going back to the slide depicting calf ratios, because we have elevated calf ratios this year, this does allow us to offer more spike tags so that we can help address some of our elevated bull ratios, but also provide hunter opportunity. For reference, last year we had 201 spike tags. 40 spikes were harvested during that hunt, so that's a 20% success rate. And in some of our areas, some of the areas that we might be talking a little bit later today, the success rate, or I'm sorry, the proportion of spikes taken out of the overall bull population was less than 0.5%. So that leads us to the department's quota recommendations. So this year we are offering 2% more spike and antlered tags combined. I do apologize, it's a little bit misleading. I've just traditionally combined spike and antlered tags as a way of summarizing our information. For antlered, there's 1,521 tags being offered, and that's actually a slight decline from last year. For spike, there's 276 tags being offered, and that is an increase. We have 6% more cow tags being offered. Again, we saw elevated ratios, or fawn ratio or calf ratios, we expect there's going to be higher recruitment and more population growth this year. So we're just trying to maintain those populations at objective. And then overall, it's about a 4% increase in tags from last year. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions from the commission or elaborate on any of the information I discussed.
Any questions for Cody before we dive into the quotas? Commissioner East.
I don't know if it's a question. Cody, when I was looking at Hunt Unit 161 to 164, you've got, and it's just a discrepancy. Maybe I'm not looking at the right thing in the quota sheets, but on the recommendation form, you've got a mid-season bull, early, mid, late. Am I looking at the right thing? That's not the right one. It's over here. You've got early, mid, late, but on the sheet, the, whatever these are, there's no mid. There's early, late, and there's no early recommendations on this form, but there are on the other form. So I was a little bit confused.
Yeah, Commissioner East, that's really more of a, what we tried to do here, the early had traditionally referred to that rut season for any legal weapon.
Yeah.
What we did there, because that season was closed, you'll see that it shows 0 tags on the harvest recommendation form.
Right.
But it provides that historical context of the hunt existing on this harvest recommendation form.
Okay.
And then you have the mid and the late, which would reference the early and late rifle seasons for this year. I apologize for that confusion. It wasn't something that we caught.
So this is early. This is actually the new early then.
That's correct.
The mid is the new early.
The mid is the new early. Yeah.
Nice.
Exactly.
Like 50 is the new 40.
Right. Right.
Okay. Wish I was 50. Okay. Thanks.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Cody, just curious how you felt the elk herds went into the winter, given the drought conditions, number one, and then number two, what your thoughts and feelings are around the spring surveys, if you've been pleasantly surprised or disappointed, and just kind of what your thoughts are around that.
Yeah, Commissioner Rogers, Cody McKee again for the record. I think elk is actually it's a bright spot for us this year. As we know, Mark Freeze, Cody Schroeder, Dave Stoner, we had several presentations leading up to now that have discussed kind of how poor range conditions have been. And then coupled with the severe winter we just experienced, it can be pretty tough if you're a Nevada ungulate. Elk seem to have fared much better, and I think that there's a couple reasons for that. One being our population objectives are true social carrying capacities. They're not nutritional carrying capacities. And that being, we could probably support a lot more elk on the landscape biologically. However, we have mandates within our plans that keep those numbers down. So there's fewer mouths to feed on the landscape, thereby helping elk kind of maintain condition throughout the year. We also did experience some timely rains last summer and into the fall through the monsoon season. So they were actually able to acquire some resources before they headed into the winter, thereby probably going in on a higher nutritional plane. Elk are also resilient. It's going to take a pretty hard winter for them to not be able to be mobile enough to get out of those conditions to endure the winter that we experienced. That's not to say we didn't have impacts. Our collar data doesn't show that. We did see on our surveys, which were completed in March, that we had that elevated calf ratio. In ungulates, we do tend to see higher mortality from April and May coming out of hard winters. So there is a potential that we could experience some loss. We're not seeing that. We don't have huge concerns. We did make some adjustments in our population models this year for survival, so that we can hedge our bets going into the spring and into next fall, just to ensure that if something is going to happen, we can catch it. One thing I think is worth pointing out, and this is probably a good time to bring it up, and it's not just for elk, it's for all of our species. I think that we went into this quota season very conservatively. We've made some pretty big cuts in a lot of our species, elk being the one notable exception. And I think that those cuts were made in a lot of cases in a worst case scenario framework. And it's a very real possibility that worst case scenario might not be as bad as we are expecting it to be. And when we come back to this meeting next year, we're gonna have to start thinking about making up the difference. So if we reduce quotas tremendously and realize that maybe we didn't need to go that far, next year we may be asking for a lot more. So I'm just gonna throw that out there now for the commission, for the members of the public, that while the reductions seem to be taken well, and the department's doing everything that we can to respond to what we are perceiving to be a hard winter and how that may impact our animals, there's a very real possibility that it may not be quite as bad, and maybe next year we're gonna be ramping things back up again. So I don't know if maybe we'll clip that out and send it to you next year. We're all hopeful that it's not going to be as severe as we are predicting it to be. Did that cover your question, Shane? Yeah.
All right, any additional questions for Cody? For you, I don't know if you just want to kind of run through the proposed quotas real quick, I guess.
Chairman Cavilla, do you have a preferred format? Do we want to just go through each one? Do you want to take cab comment?
Yeah, I mean, we've all got them. Does anybody, I guess before we go out to cab comment, does anyone have any specific questions to the quotas? Vice Chair Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just had a couple of questions in two different hunt units on the elk, and that was in unit group 111 through 115. I just see that we have a reduced estimated population this year, and yet we've seen an increase in spike tags, and then also an increase in antlerless tags as well. Just curious, given that decline, what the thought was there in that particular unit.
Yeah, Chairman Rogers, Cody McKee for the record. So we're actually offering fewer bull tags this year than we did last year. The department's recommendation was for a reduction. There is a population decline noted, probably in large part attributed to last year's lower calf ratio below 30. I would point out there is a bit of a limitation in our population estimates in that we're unable to provide you with confidence intervals. So we went from 2,700 to 2,500 to 2,300, and that could very well be a real reduction. However, without confidence intervals, I can't say what that magnitude is. For these recommendations in particular, our antlerless harvest quotas did go down. And again, that's just trying to make sure we're keeping within the objectives of the population, and our bull quotas went down slightly. Going back to my presentation on what we saw from success rates, 50-inch main beams, and I can speak to hunter satisfaction that was reported. We saw a high success rate, well above the state average for rifle, early and late. We saw the 50-inch main beam was right within the objectives of 35 to 45%. And that 6-point or greater metric was well above 71%. So all of those metrics suggest to us that the quota for bulls can be consistent with last year. We did build in a slight reduction, likely due to factors related to potentially reduced survival, trying to track the population as best as we can.
That's it. Any additional questions for Cody? All right, with that, let's take it out to cab comment in Reno. Any cab comments specific to the elk quotas in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment in Reno on the elk quotas? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? And Cody, I guess we did get some, I think Lincoln County and White Pine had some alternate recommendations we can maybe walk through.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit about them. So traditionally, White Pine County has shifted tags from the rifle to muzzleloader. And again, just the way our demand success formula works, not as many people are interested in those primitive weapon class hunts, and it has a really high success rate, so it just drives the tags down. Really not a concern to me if we're swapping tags. I do have a kind of maybe a broader concern in their recommendations, in that between the spike and bull hunts, they're suggesting a reduction in tags by 128, which when you look at our combined spike and bull quotas, that's a 7% reduction in tags. So it's subtle in the way that it was built into their recommendations, but it's real, and 7% to me is actually quite a bit.
And then I guess I've got them up here. I didn't print it all out, but it looks like Lincoln and White Pine both had concerns in unit groups 221 through 223. I think Lincoln kind of followed along White Pines. They wanted to shift some tags out of any legal weapon into muzzleloader, and White Pine wanted to reduce the tags and not shift as many. They both came up with kind of different numbers naturally, but
yeah, Commissioner Cavilla, again, kind of leaning on the comments I made about 111 to 115. Those recommended increases are based on what we're seeing in our harvest data. Some of the highest success rates on rifle hunts, phenomenal 50-inch or greater main beam metric being reported by hunters. That's really where those increases are coming from there. And I certainly appreciate the comments coming in from Lincoln and White Pine on those herds.
and I guess I would just ask is, what is the flavor of the commission? Would we like to accommodate White Pine? I mean, White Pine's got the bulk of the comments. Do we want to accommodate White Pine's recommendations, or are we comfortable with the department's proposed quotas? I'm hearing crickets up here.
I'm just wondering if, especially for the 111 to 115, would we want to just add 5 to the muzzle loader? Would that cause you any heartburn?
Commissioner East, if I'm interpreting you correctly, it's just add tags exclusive to shifting tags around?
Rather than shifting, add. So I think they're saying move 5 out of 4156 and add some to, is it adding? No, they're dropping.
Yeah, so they're wanting to cut tags and then just a portion of that cut put into the muzzle.
And then put them, so
is what they're asking.
would it just be easier to add 5 than move 5?
It would be, yeah, that's correct. I mean, again, I don't have concerns over the shift of tags as much as given what I think is going to happen this year with range conditions and what I expect we will see in antler growth for bulls, I think this is going to be a really good year for hunters in the state. And I say that every year because I'm optimistic about this resource. but I do think that this is definitely going to be one of the better years. And I think that from a sportsman's standpoint, that we should try and provide as much opportunity within reason that we can. And adding a handful of muzzleloader tags to the quota is certainly not going to hurt. We will still be within what is a biologically sustainable quota. And I still think we will see excellent harvest metrics as a result of the hunt.
Okay.
And I don't speak for them, but I think kind of what I'm from White Pine, I talked to a lot of them, but I think their thought process is if we move it to the muzzleloader, success rates are lower, you might save a couple bulls, but based upon what I'm hearing anymore, that's not the case. So I don't know if their thought process is necessarily correct. I can't exactly speak for it, but I mean, I'm not maybe opposed to, they asked for a lot of different units of maybe just doing the swap and tags. We add some more opportunity to the primitive weapon hunts, but maybe not reduce the quotas they requested is kind of what I'm leaning on. I can kind of walk down through that if.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Commissioner Cavilla too, if you look on the spreadsheet, those numbers listed there, those are the White Pine cab recommendations. And this is for the resident and illegal weapon bull seasons.
Okay.
That try and help make sense of this.
So can you read those off to us, Cody?
Yes. So for the 104, 108, 121 early and late, they've recommended the quotas go from 50 to 40 for each of those seasons.
Okay.
For 108, 131, 132, the recommendation was to go from 35 on the early season to 30. And those 5 tags that are being reduced there were actually just added straight to the muzzleloader season. I don't see that as being a huge issue. The 111 to 115 early and late, for early it was from 70 to 60, and for late it's 75 to 60. So a 25 tag reduction there. And for 221 to 223, 80 to 60 for early and late for the rifle seasons.
Okay.
And then I guess the question becomes, do we want to, like in 104, 108, 121, they're proposing a 20 tag cut. Do we put all 20 in the muzzleloader? So then that would go up to 30.
104 would be.
108, 131, 132. That one's 9. 111 through 115, early and late, they're cutting, 25 tags?
That's correct.
And then so that muzzleloader would go up to 32? Doing my math right?
And then 17, 221.
Oh, and then 221.
Oh, that's not.
They're cutting a lot out of there.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So that they're wanting to cut 40 total tags out of that one.
Split it.
And were they wanting to shift to?
They didn't want to shift there. I think they're wanting to cut. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the question is, do we want to shift them all to muzzleloader?
What if we just split it?
Or we split it, add 20, so you'd go to 27?
So on the any legal weapon, it would be 70,
Or we could
and then
70 and 70, and then 27 on muzzleloader?
yeah. It's a lot of muzzleloader tags. Do I have that right? Is that muzzle? No, that's.
And I guess the one other monkey wrench, because I always like to throw them, is we're kind of leaning heavily on making the muzzleloader guys happy and not doing anything with archery tags. So just also a thought.
Yep. Well, archery's got 30 in that 221.
stick with the 60-60 cut and put 20 in the muzzy and 20 in the archery?
I guess, what are your thoughts, Cody? Put you on the spot.
It does seem like archery gets overlooked in this process. I certainly would like to maintain the total number of tags if at all possible. I understand there's other inputs at play here. But yes, if, for instance, I think Area 11, it was a 25 total cut from the rifle seasons. Maybe 20 of those tags go to the muzzleloader and 5 of those go into the archery season.
So that 111 through 115, kind of the proposal would be 27 muzzleloader, and then, 30 archery.
So 27 and 30 on 111. Okay.
And I think, for that 104, 108, 121, that seemed like could be a pretty big jump for the muzzleloader tags. Maybe consider moving a few, instead of going all muzzleloader, maybe a handful of those could go into the archery hunt as well.
15 and
Yeah, maybe that one, we bump it to 25 on the muzzleloader, do 5 more in archery,
yeah.
19.
Oh, that's the wrong unit. 12. Did you say 25 or 15?
25 total, so they got an additional 15.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And then I guess in 221, 223, we did a substantial jump as well. I think we were proposing up to 27. Maybe we take 5 of those, throw those into archery. So we'll go 22 on muzzleloader, and then 35 on archery.
It's 20.
And then, let's see. They had one more on hunt 4651. The spike hunt.
5 tags from early and late. 651.
I guess that their comment, I believe, is White Pine really hates the spike hunt. And I've heard all those conversations. Myself personally, I don't have a problem with them. I don't know what the department's intent is. I'm more inclined to just leave those myself, but again, I'm just one individual up here. So, but I think that accounts for the bulk of White Pine and Lincoln's.
There was one recommendation for antlerless hunt, 113 late, for residents to go from, I think, 25 tags to 10 tags.
15, yeah. Eliminate.
I guess, what are your thoughts on that one, Cody?
113 late.
Yeah, I don't really have too much concern over that recommendation. I know in conversations with biologist Cody Mangini, that's a portion of the Area 11 herd that we'd like to see a little bit of growth in. And so by preserving a few antlerless elk, it may help towards that objective.
What was that recommendation again?
So, 113 late, the December 5th to January 1st hunt, from 25 down to 10 was their recommendation.
That's a hard end. It's cold. Miserable.
And then, just so the commission's aware, there would be some implications to non-resident quotas. We can try and walk through that, or I can make the at your direction, just make the corresponding changes to quotas.
Did Lincoln County have anything substantial?
I think Lincoln's only comment was the 221 through 223, I believe.
Oh, that's right, okay. But did we do that?
We kind of followed along with White Pine.
With White Pine rather than Lincoln?
Yeah, but they had kind of this similar logic. They just had different numbers.
Okay. Increase resident to 20. Oh, got it. Okay, yes, they did. Okay.
All right, any additional questions or
I just want to make sure I have all the right numbers.
comments for Cody?
40, 40, 30, 60, 70. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll run through what I wrote down. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong. All right, so on resident elk antlered, any legal weapon hunt, 4151, kind of following along the discussion. Unit group 104, 108, 121 early, go to 40. 104, 108, 121 late, 40. 108, 131, 132 early, go to 30. 111 through 115 early, go to 60. 111 through 115 late, go to 60. 221 through 223 early, go to 70. 221 through 223 late, go to 70. Resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt, 4156. 104, 108, 121, go up to 25. 108, 131, 132, go to 9. 111 through 115, go to 27. 221 through 223, go to 22. And then on the resident elk antlered archery hunt, 4161, 104, 108, 121, 19. 111 through 115, we went to 30. 221 through 223, go to 35. The elk would stay the same, or the spike, I'm sorry, would stay the same. The resident elk antler list, 4181 on 113 late, that would go down to 10. I believe that was everything we discussed. Yeah, I guess I should have just made a motion, but
Did you need to go over the non-resident?
We can go over the non-resident. It's a little bit more nuanced because I've got to make sure I shift them in the right places to get that 10% on the spot. And when I did this exercise, I did it with the impression that we would be reducing quotas. So if you guys want, I can go through it now, or you can trust me that I'll get it right for non-residents, or I can do it and then come back when we're at the end of this agenda item and show you the commiserate changes to non-residents.
I guess what would the commission prefer? Would you like Cody to make those changes and bring it back, or just provide him the direction?
Yeah, I think provide him the direction is good by me.
Okay. All right, with that, would anyone like to make a motion, or would you like me to regurgitate it? All right, lucky me. Well, Vice Chair Rogers just nominated himself, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, here we go. Okay. All right, I'd like to make a motion regarding Commission Regulation 2314, big game quotas for 2023-2024 season, specifically for resident elk antlered, any legal weapon depredation hunt 4102 as presented. Resident elk antlered any legal weapon hunt 4151 with the following changes, those being hunt unit 104, 108, 121 early from 50 to 40. 104, 108, 121 late, also from 50 to 40. Hunt Unit 108, 131, 132 early, from 35 to 30. Hunt Unit 111 through 115 early, from 70 to 60. 111 through 115 late, from 75 to 60. Hunt Unit 221 through 223 early, from 80 to 70. Hunt Unit 221 to 223 late, from 80 to 70. And then the non-resident elk antlered any legal weapon, Hunt 4251, as presented. And resident elk antlered muzzleloader Hunt 4156 with the following changes. Hunt Group 104, 108, 121 from 10 to 25. Hunt Group 111 through 115 from 7, up above there, Hunt Group 108, 131, 132 from 4 to 9. Hunt Group 111 through 115 from 7 to 27. And then Hunt Group 221 through 223 from 7 to 22. And then the non-resident elk antlered muzzleloader Hunt 4256 as presented. And then resident elk antlered archery Hunt 4161 with the following changes, and that being Unit Group 104, 108, 121 from 14 to 19. Hunt Group 111 through 115 from 25 to 30. Hunt Group 221 through 223 from 30 to 35. And then non-resident elk antlered archery Hunt 4261 as presented. And then resident elk spike any legal weapon Hunt 4651 as presented. And then resident elk antlerless any legal weapon Hunt 4181 with the following changes, that being Hunt Group 113 late from 25 to 10. And then non-resident elk antlerless any legal weapon Hunt 4281 as presented. Resident elk antlerless muzzleloader Hunt 4176 as presented. Non-resident elk antlerless muzzleloader Hunt 4276 as presented. Resident elk antlerless archery Hunt 4111 as presented. Non-resident elk antlerless archery 4211 as presented. And then resident elk antlerless any legal weapon Hunt 4107 as presented.
I do have a question for Vice Chair Rogers. I believe on the non-resident hunts that are associated with where we made changes, we wanted to give Cody the leeway to make the 90-10 adjustments.
Yes, boy, I tell you.
I didn't want to stop you.
I was on a roll
You're
there.
on a roll. I didn't want to.
To save everybody the pain of going back, can I just read then those non-resident ones off? All right.
Or just reference it at the end of, you could probably just say, with the understanding that the department on those non-resident type of concept. That's where I thought you were headed, actually, so.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was headed, yes. My apologies. Okay, yes, with the following note being that on the non-resident hunts, allowing Cody the opportunity to make those corresponding changes in line with our discussion for those various non-resident hunts.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Does everyone understand the motion? Looks like it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Cody.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mike Cox, big game staff biologist overseeing bighorn sheep and mountain goat for Nevada Department of Wildlife. And going to go through a similar overview like Cody and Cody have, but it's going to be probably more demographic loaded to talk about the big declines we've had in bighorn sheep. It's been very humbling and also sad to see the declines. So I wanted to kind of get into the weeds a little bit of what's happening across the landscape to cause those declines. Mark Fries had a similar drought index map that he had in his presentation on habitat, and I'm just going to run through this quick. So 4 years ago, everything's hunky-dory. You can see Nevada is pretty white. There is no drought in April of 19. A year later, we started seeing the impacts of lack of winter moisture, and the big issue for many of our desert populations was the lack of monsoonal rains. So we started seeing that dark cloud and the dark colors overshadowing Nevada and really the entire West. So first year that we really got hit hard was 2020. The following spring, the highest exceptional drought level was hitting most of the state, half the state. Continued to be a dark amoeba, having a huge impact on the land and the forage availability. And of course, I came to you earlier, talk about how much we were trying to fill water developments during this period. So this was last year at this time. And then we had a little bit of a reprieve on some late monsoonal rains, thank gosh, in 2020. And then just last month. And with the rains that we've had, I feel like that's a drought buster, but the impacts have been felt and have definitely caused many of our herds to suffer. So this is a population graph, area graph since 1965. The orange is desert bighorn, which makes up the majority, and the yellow is California bighorn, and the Rocky Mountain bighorn is the narrow blue band. So we peaked at almost 12,500 in 2019. Pretty exciting. We had surpassed 10,000 deserts the year before. But since then, we've had a precipitous drop. And we are looking at desert bighorn sheep are now down to 7,100. That's a 30% drop in 4 years. Our California bighorn were in that 2,000 range 3 years ago. Now we're down to 1,700. That's a 16% drop. And our Rockies are pretty stable, if not slightly increasing, at around 330 over the last few years. Some hunt metrics for desert bighorn sheep. The bars or the total tags. So you can see we've had a pretty good run since 2015 of hovering around that 300 tag level for desert bighorn sheep. Last year was a sizable drop, but some of the metrics were pretty good, kind of giving us that nod, that confidence that we were definitely tracking ram availability. So the two blue and red lines and dots, those are both the average BNC score, which has been pretty tight the entire time, hovering above a 150. And then, interestingly, I always thought we were killing bigger rams 30, 40 years ago, but in fact, it was probably around 2009 we started seeing consistently 180 class rams being taken, and we've been continuing to do that. This was a really important metric to me to monitor. It's the average age of harvest, and you can see we've been stair-stepping up and up and up since we went to an any ram regulation in '96, which was our lowest. And with our hunt, our ram hunt criteria being 8% of all rams, not to exceed 50% of the mature rams, I think we were there for deserts. We were tracking things well. So you can see we were at 6.8, 6.9 average age the last few years. But I think that has drastically changed over the last couple of years, and we don't have that recruitment filling back in. And that's where I'm going to get into a little bit of these details. Before I get into the demographics, just a real quick shout out to the inaugural one-horn ram hunt. We knew it was probably going to be 30, 40% hunter success, which it was. So this is a typical old mature ram that was harvested during the hunt. You can see on the right side, the sinusitis, there's only about 4 inches left, but gorgeous ram from the right side. All right, well, it wasn't just drought. I actually think the biggest impact on our desert bighorn populations was disease. This map, I'm not going to get into too much detail, but Nate LaHue, our wildlife vet, and before that, Perry Wolf, along with many colleagues throughout the West, we really wanted to drill down into the causing agent, the pathogen, Mycoplasma ovipneumoniae, that was kind of the trigger pathogen to many of our pneumonia events and die-offs. And with technology, with PCR, polymerase chain reaction, basically the same tool that you figure out whether you have COVID or not, we can drill down and determine specific strain types of the mycoplasma. Every different color on this map is a different strain of mycoplasma. And some of them, well, none of the bacteria have legs, but they're going on animals that do have legs. And we have a lot of connectivity. That's a key word today, and I'm going to speak to that in a few other new slides. But that has went across the landscape And most of the distribution of these pathogens and subsequent disease events have been bighorn to bighorn interactions. Haven't necessarily been domestic sheep to bighorn. So this was the result of really all the factors that have impacted our bighorn sheep. I've color-coded every desert bighorn sheep herd, and green is it's increasing. So those are all the polygons of our bighorn. Yellow is stable, pink is declining, and red is severely declining. So we've got one herd that we think it's increasing more than 10%. The spotted range, other than that, everything is either stable or declining. And much of that is drought related and impacts from die-offs we've had. Many of them really just recently in the last decade, since 2012, 2013. So I'm going to focus on a couple meta-populations in west central Nevada. The blue, this very top blue polygon, that's the Tobins. And down here is the Monte Cristo Range. A lot of sheep, a lot of country, and a lot of things happening with pathogens. So back in 2007, we actually had a spillover event in the Fairview, Slate, Sand Springs population. In fact, it was right after we gave sheep to Utah, and they were all clean. But we were on the very front end of a transmission into that population, and we lost 30% of the adults. But what was positive was this particular strain at the time, we thought we had skirted a major calamity, and we actually doubled the population in 7 years. So it just had really 1 year of bad lamb recruitment, and it shot right back up. And we were pretty excited about that. Like, well, maybe we shouldn't have to do much with that population or worry about that strain. We started doing a bunch of disease surveillance across the landscape in the early 2010s, and we had no sign of it during our disease surveillance on the adjacent herds. Until 2016, we had a yearling ram that tested positive. And we didn't do anything about it. We just did, well, it had a minimal impact on our herd then. And so 2 years later, we had a disease event in the Clan Alpines, just directly north of Fairview. And we knew that we had connectivity. And in fact, I've been proud, and that's been a goal of ours, is to try to restore bighorn sheep in as many places as we can reasonably, and to create connectivity for genetic diversity and allow populations to ebb and flow. But you'll see that it's bit us in the ass. So the Clan Alpines, we had a 40% loss, and it's still struggling. It still hasn't got back to its pre-die-off level. Following year, jumped over into the Stillwater Range and the East Range that's attached to the north. 30% loss, and that's only partially recovered. That same year, it went south. So obviously some animals, some bighorn were moving south. Again, there's all kind of land bridges to allow, so it got into the Gabbs Valley Range. And we know this because we've got either hunter harvest or other disease surveillance where we've actually done the DNA on the Mycoplasma strain, and it's the same Fairview Slate strain. Gabbs Valley was hit pretty hard. We lost half the adults over a 2-year period, and yep, it's very depressing. Then the following year, it made it up into the Tobins. There's some, again, land bridges that are just hop, skip, and a jump for sheep from the Stillwaters and East Range to get in the Tobins. Even a greater loss to the adults, 60% loss. But we only had one poor year of lamb recruitment. And last year, Kyle Neal surveyed, and we had a great lamb crop last year. So it's a little bit of optimism. Then it moved south in Esmeralda County into the Monte Cristo Range that same year as it was going north. Again, we picked it up, that particular DNA of that Mycoplasma strain, and even worse, 67% loss of adults. And we're pretty positive that, though we don't have the strain typing, that it's made its way into Lone Mountain, across the street. And so far, we've seen a 40% loss on Lone Mountain on the adults. Just this particular pathogen spread, and we've got others that we've talked about in southern Nevada and other places like the Pancakes. I estimated that we lost 1,500 adults from pneumonia, and then the subsequent at least 750 lambs that would have likely survived to 1 year of age. We lost. So that's where we're saying contributing to that 3,000 animal loss in the last 4 years. Shifting to California bighorn, we've got a graph of red is the average ram age in the harvest since 1998, and the blue is the average BNC score. Really, other than this 2018 year, it's been pretty steady. High 6 years of age, close to 7 on average for age, and then score in that 150 range. But I will admit that we probably should have backed off on tags a couple years ago in many of our California bighorn units. So we saw that big drop in both age and score. And we even saw many mature rams that had scores that we never thought they could get, or they would only have. I mean, many people checking them in assumed they were young rams, but after evaluating some of the photos, they actually were mature rams that were only scoring 130, 140 BNC. I liken that to, California bighorn rams are over 200 pounds. And when you don't have much food on the landscape, really all you're thinking about is survival. You're not thinking about headgear. You're not thinking about secondary sex characteristics. So you're going to put your resources in your body and probably truncate those that would else normally go to your horns. A little busier, but a more drilled in, detailed graph. This is just the units, 3.1, 3.2, 3.4, 3.5, and the Santa Rosa's 5.1 in Humboldt County. The trend of the average BNC score So focus, if you can, on the orange, red, and magenta color. And you can see they're oscillating around that 155, and then just a slow decline starting around 2015 to fairly low average the last 2 years. Whereas if you take the Jacksons 035, which is Scion, and the green, which is the Santa Rosas, they've been pretty steady over that entire 20-year period of maintaining average B&C score. Better groceries, water distribution. So anyway, California bighorn disease really, you've heard hopefully from me before, the Santa Rosas, we're going through a test and remove project right now. We think we've cleared mycoplasma from the snowstorms. And other than that, most of our California bighorn sheep are clean of that pathogen. And so I actually, and I printed this last year in the status book, and we had definitely another factor, lion predation on our California bighorn. I think for some herds it's been substantial, and it's based on collar data. We've had some areas 70–80% of our collared animals have been killed by mountain lions. And for example, in the Santa Rosas, going through a test and remove, those animals left on the landscape, especially the ewes, are very precious to us because they're no longer carriers, and we have had challenges of keeping them alive. But we've had pretty good teamwork, team effort with Wildlife Services, our predation contractor, and our own agency of when we do get a report of a potential mortality, we're out there, Johnny on the spot, and in some cases we've been able to remove euthanized lions at the mortality site of the lion or the sheep. Mountain goats, shifting to mountain goats, things are looking up. This is a graph of total harvest since 1981, just a few years after we started to hunt in 1978. I can't believe it's been that long. And the red is the nanny harvest, which we're really wanting to try to minimize just because, again, mountain goats have a very delayed sexual maturity. They have high demands in raising their kids. Sometimes they will go every other year in being pregnant. And so when you take a nanny out of a population, it'll have much more impact than any other ungulate on the herd. So, and Scott Roberts and I have been giving our now mandatory seminar to the tag holders, but we're not getting through to them. They're still harvesting nannies after viewing 40, 50, 60 pictures of billies and nannies. Here's the overall summary of the change from last year in our quota recommendations. So we can see a 22% decline in recommendations for any illegal weapon for ram. And we've got the new management ram hunt on the Toyabis. California is a 27% decline in tags. And we went from 4 tags to 2 tags in Rocky Mountain Bighorn, and essentially the same on mountain goats, with one of the tags this year going to Silver State tag, but 13 draw tags. I was going to show you some GIS stuff on collars, but I'm going to forego that. But safe to say, we've got, getting back to the deserts and the disease issues on the landscape, we've got collar data that shows us very well how bighorn leapfrog from herd to herd. And that's how those previous slides from the Tobins all the way south to the Monte Cristos and Lone Mountain, how those bighorns have been able to move across the landscape and unfortunately spread some of the virulent and deadly pathogens. I wanted to end on a positive note, so we're going to have a video played that many of you may have seen. There's a little bit of a backstory to it. It involves the Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep herd in the Ruby Mountains that had a big die-off, and we had a tag holder back in '09, the year of the die-off. He was in the military and deferred his tag, and so Julie Gabrielson, one of our conservation educators in Elko, put this little video together to kind of tell the story of Troy Tartaglia and what happened with him and what happened in the end with his hunt. So go ahead. Thank you. Shoot, we don't have the audio, which was my concern playing it off my laptop. Well, I'm gonna narrate. So Troy was in the Navy, and he had to defer his tag in '09 to go to Afghanistan. And he was all excited. He actually got moved to Fallon to NAS in 2010, and he was going to get his tag. We were going to, but the die-off happened, and he was devastated. So 13 years go by, and I didn't forget about him. There wasn't many of us left that knew of what happened with Troy. And Scott Roberts said, hey, population's recovered enough that we're going to have a hunt. And I said, well, that first tag needs to go to Troy. So I called him up. He was working on an aircraft carrier off the coast of Florida, still with the military, still with the Navy. And he couldn't say yes fast enough to say, yes, I will use my deferred tag after 13 years. Thank you very much. So this is his hunt in the Rubies, and he was successful. He had a lifelong friend of his that he went to grade school and through high school in Elko. That's where he grew up. And he was out on the hunt with the guide and killed a gorgeous 9-year-old ram. There's a backstory on that ram that I'm not going to get into, but it's just a real positive story of recovery of the herd and being able to give, one of our patriots an opportunity to hunt and coming back home. So it's on social media, Facebook, and other NDOW social media events or outlets. So hopefully you'll get to see it again and hear the video of Troy in the background talking about his experience. I had to end on a positive note. But yeah. So we'll get back to quotas. As you can see on the summary of the county advisory boards, we did not have any alternative recommendations. But please ask any questions from the presentation to what's happening in any particular unit group. So,
You know, I can never help myself. Every year, Mike, I have to ask you a question. So I did have one, Mike. When we did the management hunt in the Toyabis, I know we had discussed the criteria for, you know, how the hunters were going to check in and whatnot on that tag. And I think at season setting, you mentioned coming back with us with that criteria. Have you guys kind of nailed that down yet?
well, we were wanting to do a couple things, which was, and I'm glad I didn't, especially with the discussion we had earlier this morning with the bear hunt. We were thinking about something paralleling like Montana's open hunt, where we'd have tags issued, but we'd have a quota. And we just decided to start off with, we won't have that complication this year. So we're just recommending flat 8 tags, and we can support 4 rams if they happen to bust the move and do what I'm hoping they will do, which is get to the top of the mountain, glass until their eyeballs fall out, and shoot a mature ram. So we also had talked about what type of ram to harvest. You know, the last thing we want, which is why we went to this management ram hunt to separate this hunt, is we've had some really young rams harvested just because hunters just can't get and find their mature rams, and so they'll settle for a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old. So we're just going to let it ride this year. We'll see how things go, and hopefully people will be more prepared for that hunt and give it their all.
I do. You just mentioned 8, Mike. Our everything we have says 4, or our document says 4.
4, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I wanted to say 4.
Just wanted to check. Okay. Any additional questions for Mike? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious, Mike, and forgive me, but did we have a California bighorn ewe hunt last year?
We did not.
We did not last
It's
year.
been a few years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just curious, then also, as it relates to the desert bighorn, given the challenges that we're having there and the big declines there, I know it's kind of concentrated in a couple of units, but just curious the thought on the ewe hunt for the desert bighorn, given the challenges that we're facing.
Good question. So we stayed the course, and as with a lot of things, whether it's pronghorn deer, not every herd took a big hit, whether it was winter kill or disease or drought. So 161, Mount Jefferson, top of the Tequima Range. We definitely are still concerned about the total population up there. We're getting really close to what we feel like is the current carrying capacity, population objective for the carrying capacity of that 11,000-foot plateau summer range. But we don't have disease impacting that herd, and we still feel like we need to get a few more animals off that population to get it down to our population objective. The muddies, I think a lot of us were thinking the worst. And then Joe Bennett and Aaron Wood did our aerial survey last year, and both the blacks and the muddies was a tremendous result of survey in terms of numbers. And, you know, we didn't think we lost as many as we thought we could have. We know the animals died of thirst. There's no doubt about it. But the impact was not as severe as we thought. And so we're not sharing any sheep with Utah this summer like we did last summer. So we decided to maintain that harvest. And we know from past experience it can rebound quickly. It's that mesquite cat claw is really their success, their forage that allows them to overcome a lot of drought that others herds don't have. That nutritional plant that's sitting out there with deep roots and able to generate leaves and when nothing else is green. So we feel like they were warranted to manage our population levels.
Any additional questions for Mike? All right, seeing none, I'm going to take it out for cab comment. Any cab comments specific to the bighorn sheep in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Public comment in Reno specific to bighorn sheep. Yes.
Kelly Dean with the Nevada Bowhunters Association. I just wanted to tell the commission that we appreciate, you know, having the opportunity that they have offered in the past with the archery things. And if you look at the success rate on it, it's tremendous. And that's because there is so much enthusiasm in that group for those archery-only tags that we've got in the past here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mel Belding, Washoe County. I'd just like to address something real quick that Mr. Cox brought up on 183. We had documented die-off Mycoplasma ovipneumoniae in 2009. And every time I see one of these, it kind of makes me mad because it's kind of near and dear to my heart because I lost a friend. He died on his sheep hunt right after he harvested a ram. I passed it out the next morning and took it down. I knew from the last necropsy that I'd done in 3 places with the Department of Wildlife, this sheep had ovipneumoniae. And it was confirmed. A couple days later, the 2 field biologists went and got another sheep out of 183, and it also had Mycoplasma ovipneumoniae. So I think that needs to be said. 2018 was a really dry year, was when we lost 183 again, and I honestly believe that's why the stress came up. But I think it just needs to be said. 012, 014, I'm going to take another crack at this. I think we need emergency closure at 014. We were counting on an 8-year-old ram. I came to the podium then and said, hey, we got him now, but we might not have him next week. Well, it turns out we don't have him. He's dead. He was eaten by a lion. So that ram's gone. In the past, with these bighorn sheep, you know, we've always split units to take the pressure off one side or the other. You guys did it just a couple months ago, 181, east and west. We've done it in 205, used to be north and south, now it's 205, 207. Trying to get guys to go over there, Meadow Valleys, 244, the Alamo, you know, it just goes on and on. But it seems now that we just have to create some opportunity to kill another ram out of 014. And 014 can't take it. And we need to close it down. I would like to see 014 removed, and I would like to see, and if I had more time, I'd say a lot more about it, but I'd like to see 014 removed, and I'd like to see the quota in 012 go to 2. One quick thing. Been watching these sheep a long time, and I'll guarantee you there is more movement from 033, the Sheldon, into 012 than 014 into 012 Eberseen. And we never did anything in 033 when it hit the tank. A few years later, we brought in 032. McGee Mountains into that. We supplemented some sheep. It was a total failure because we did not remove predators.
Thank you, Mel. Any additional public comment in Reno specific to bighorn and mountain goats? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? With that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner East.
I just want to clarify what Mr. Belding said. So the sheep, we've got a recommended quota for California bighorn in 012-014 of 1. Is that, he just said that sheep is dead? Or there's a, I was confused by what he was saying. Do you know, Mr. Cox?
Bit confused too.
Okay.
We estimate that between 012 and 014, there's probably 8 mature rams.
Okay.
We don't have them tied to a rock or a tree, just like everything else. It's an estimate, but we feel like there is an opportunity to harvest a mature ram in those 2 units.
Okay,
And-
so there's enough to go ahead and have.
But yeah, lions have been an issue, and we did have a collared. Our last collared ram in the granites was killed a few months ago.
Okay, that's maybe what he was representing.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Those 8 mature rams, Mike, are they all in 012 or are they spread between the 2 units?
I would say the majority are probably in 012, but any given day, if you were to drive up Leadville Canyon, which is the main thoroughfare in that neck of the woods, 012 to the east and 014 to the west, you might see bighorn on the road or on the hillside on either side. So, but yeah, hopefully the tag holder will make contact with us and we'll give them everything we know where to go. But it's going to be a rough hunt. It's going to be a difficult hunt, but we didn't feel like we could support anything more than 1 tag. So that's why it's low as it is.
And then I guess when we do get a mortality like that 8-year-old ram, are we making the attempt to have Wildlife Services go out?
Yes.
And hunt that lion?
Yeah, I mean, we've been working on it for the last few years, but I will admit we should have, when we augmented North McGee, we should have had more availability of houndsmen to go out there and look at the ground, look at tracks, look at sign, and help us kind of prepare for that augmentation, and we didn't. One of the issues, and we're still working, trying to build relationships and understanding with the Sheldon, is we can't have anyone, contractor, Wildlife Services, do work on the Sheldon without a permit. And so we've made some strides with them in being able to, and most of that has been Pat's work, Pat Jackson's work, where we're going to have permits to collar lions, and we're going to collar some sheep, and I guess we're going to have to prove to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that we've got an issue, And I think if we can, I'm hoping that they will be reasonable, like they were at Hart Mountain, to allow us to try to manage lion predation and to allow for the bighorn herds up there to get to a certain level where they can sustain it. But I don't think they're at a level that they can sustain high lion predation.
And then lastly, you did reference, I believe, is the snowstorms. Those sheep, you guys think you have the last shedder out of there, and that is a critical herd. Are we doing anything active in that herd to? And you also mentioned that the concern in keeping those healthy ewes alive. Are we actively trying to control the predators in that?
Yes.
That area?
Yeah. Both Matt Jeffers and Ed Partee in the Santa Rosas were in sync with Wildlife Services and our contractor, and we've removed several lions. In fact, one just last week. Okay. But there's one thing that we've told ourselves, and this is something that's come out of a lot of the test and remove efforts, is the last metric that we need to cross off on, and the check off on our box is to capture some lambs that are anywhere from 4 months to 11 months old. If they're negative, they're going to be the first animals to be contracting Mycoplasma ovipneumonia. And we were actually scheduled to do that back in March, and we had snafu with the capture crew. So we're going to do that in August. We'll capture either some yearlings and or some young of the year lambs, and if they're negative, then we feel like we can jumpstart that herd. The issue is when we first started the test and remove in the Santa Rosas, one of the first rams that we captured to test on the south end died in the hands of the capture crew from pneumonia. He had 70% of his lungs were compromised, and it came back to be the snowstorm strain. So we now know we've got connectivity, and that's why we're even more hell-bent to clean the Santa Rosas out of Mycoplasma, and that when both of those herds are clean, then we're going to be wanting to augment both snowstorms and the Santa Rosas.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments for Mike? Commissioner Walter?
I have, so if we are to entertain or accommodate Mel's request, whether it's in the numbers or not, having set the hunt, as I understood, Mel's recommendation was put 2 in 121 and close 1, or excuse me, 012 and close 014. Is that can we accomplish that in a closure of 014 in this hearing?
I would have to look over on that side of the table, but I think to close 014 right now, that would have to be considered an emergency closure. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there is that statute that applies that says it has to be based on best available science, and a closure would have to be based on that evidence.
And I guess just flat out, Mike, do you believe that an emergency closure is warranted right now on 014?
No, I mean, it's not like we're going to kill the last ram in the granites. There's 2, 3, 4, 5-year-olds in the granites. They're going to breed the ewes. I would be surprised if a hunter found a ram to harvest in the granites. But if they do, it's hopefully it'll be a mature ram. So I don't think it's warranted.
Any additional questions or comments? Kind of crickets up here. Everybody's getting sleepy. I guess I don't see the need right now based on talking to Mike to close 014. That might be a discussion for next year when we do season setting. I think at this time, I don't see it. With one tag, like Mike just said, if you went in there and took one ram out of there, I don't. If the hunter did go into 014 and take that one ram out of there, that might be when next year we close 014, right? Potentially, depending on what the department comes with. But I don't see doing an emergency closure in 014 right now myself. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The best man at my wedding had the 014 tag a couple of years ago, and they had it was tough. There's no doubt about it. I understand. Matter of fact, I know that they reached out to Mel. The bottom line is that it, you know, people make choices where they're putting in for, and you know, I told my friend, yeah, well, he knows you're not guaranteed any animals. The department says that, you know, based on their science, they're there. It may not be, you know. Anyway, people have choices, and it's difficult, and these hunts aren't easy. This kind of applies across the board to any of the animals that we're talking about here. So I'm okay leaving it open, even if we had the opportunity to change it. I don't see the emergency of people are putting in for that area. I think the vast majority of them would know that it could be a real challenge in there. It's not a secret on 014 these days, that's for sure. So.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Yeah, if there isn't any further discussion or anything, I'm ready to make a motion. So I'd like to make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 23-14, big game quotas for the 2023-2024 season, specific to resident Nelson, desert bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 3151 as presented. Non-resident Nelson, desert bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 3251 as presented. And then resident Nelson, desert bighorn sheep, any ram, archery hunt 3161 as presented. Non-resident Nelson, desert bighorn sheep, any ram, archery hunt 3261 as presented. Resident Nelson, desert bighorn sheep, management ram, one horn, any legal weapon hunt 3171 as presented. Resident Nelson, desert bighorn sheep, any ram, management ram, access limited, any legal weapon hunt 3172 as presented. Resident Nelson, desert bighorn sheep hunt, any ewe, any legal weapon hunt 3181 as presented. Non-resident Nelson, desert bighorn sheep, any ewe, any legal weapon hunt 3281 as presented. Resident California bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 8151 as presented. Non-resident California bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 8251 as presented. Resident Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 9151 as presented. Resident mountain goat, any legal weapon hunt 7151 as presented. Non-resident mountain goat, any legal weapon hunt 7251 as presented.
Okay, I got a motion by Vice Chair Rogers, second by Commissioner East. Does everyone understand the motion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. And I guess I was gonna ask for the flavor of the commission, do we want to take a lunch break? Okay, I'm getting a big head nod over here, so, how about we come back at 1:45? Give us an hour and 15 minutes.
Ready? All right, let's get going again. So we are on agenda item number 16B, Commission Regulation 23-14, big game quotas for the 2023-2024 season. And now we are specific to mule deer. And I believe Cody will be on Zoom again.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna share my screen. And can you see that?
Yes.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. For the record, Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. I'm just going to give kind of an overview of some of our harvest recommendations, population trends, harvest metrics, things like that. I am going to do a little bit more in depth than I did for the pronghorn recommendations. So bear with me on that. So I just wanted to kind of start off with some pictures. I think Habitat Chief Mark Fries did a great job covering the conditions and kind of highlighting some of the winter challenges we had this year with winter and proceeding up to that drought. But just to kind of paint a picture, so this is some of the data that or pictures we collected on survey. This is a dead fawn right out of the helicopter from Cold Creek on April 5th.
Hey, real quick, Cody, sorry to interrupt you. Your slides aren't moving forward. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay. Is that moving?
No, still the title sheet.
Try this again. And can you see that?
Yeah, and that's antelope though, but yeah. There you go.
Okay. Sorry about that. So just a couple pictures from Ruby Valley. This one's from April 1st. You can see the snow conditions going top to bottom. That's really probably unprecedented for that late in the year to have that much snow. We saw deer piled up in several places. This is along the road. There's actually 3 deer in the picture alongside the road. And then just kind of conditions to hit this home a little bit. March 2023 had these temperatures from departure. I don't know if these are really, if you can see these very well, but basically on average 10 to 11 degrees below average, above normal precip. I think it was the 5th wettest on record for Ely, 3rd coldest on record for Ely, 246% snowpack for the month of March, and 28 inches of total snowfall. So those were some of our most challenging areas in the whole state for deer, is that kind of Elko County and White Pine County. Took this from one of the BLM fire infrared cameras on Bald Mountain on April 15th. And this normally at this time of year would be open. This is Bald Mountain Mine. You can see some of the pits there. And I just wanted to hit home on this, that we actually worked with the mining proponents, Kinross, to plow a pathway for deer. We did that in January because the snow was hitting our triggers for our monitoring agreement with Kinross, and we did it again in April. And that's the first time that I'm aware that we've actually done that, to try to provide those deer with some reprieve on their migration paths. So just getting into some of the harvest trends. This goes all the way back to 1974 up till current, till last year's 2022. You can see, hopefully from the graph, sort of this more recent declining trend. Starting really back in 2012, 2013, we've been decreasing tags. And obviously our harvest very closely tracks that. But if you just kind of put it into historical perspective, really we're right about where we were in 1975. So we saw this huge increase in the late 70s through the 80s, a big crash, really a extreme drop from, and this was the 92, 93 winter. It's kind of hit our low point. We were climbing back out of that into the late 90s. And really we've been kind of up and down, but the overall trend is definitely down. And that basically mirrors our population estimate. See the big peak in the 80s, kind of more leveled out in the early 90s. And where we are with 2023 at 68,000 is really the lowest we've been since 1974. Now, granted, as Cody McKee pointed out earlier, we don't have confidence intervals on these estimates, and these are from our spreadsheet models. This year in our estimations, we were a little more conservative than normal, trying to account for that poor survival. Some of that we measured on collars. Some of it we're just anticipating. We've got some data from years past showing, we can't have mortality from March even into late May on some of these heavier winters. But this is just the data. Again, looking at our survey data. So in blue, we have our fall survey data, fall fawn to doe ratios, and in the orange is our spring ratios. Both of them track very closely. And you can see the smooth line there as it's moving 3-year average, and then the trend line just shows the degree of change going back to the 70s that we've seen in these ratios. And that's really what's driving our population estimates, and that really drives our quotas as well. Wanted to show you this, bring this back. This is a map that Administrator Freeze showed earlier. And I got some help here from our new chief, Sean Espinoza. He put these maps together. These are those eco-state maps, basically showing change in range conditions. 2 time pictures here, 1986 to 1990 on the left, and more recent 2015, 2020 on the right. Overlaid with, it might be tough to see on this map. Pointer over here, but these polygons are crucial summer range. The white and the blue is crucial winter range. So you just glancing from left to right, you can see the big changes. So a lot less of that dark green. That's the percentage of good condition shrubland. And then obviously this increase in yellow and red, which we don't want to see, which is poor condition shrubland in yellow and poor condition grassland in red, which is primarily cheatgrass. The reason I wanted to show that map is because we've been doing just kind of dabbling a little bit here in these trends, trying to correlate that with both fawn to doe ratios for mule deer, which is the blue bars on this figure, going back to 1986, with the trend line fit there in blue. And then the green is the percent of good shrublands. This is statewide, mind you, and these are binned into 5-year intervals, essentially. And then what we've done here is just added in the sage grouse chicks per hen ratio in the gray bars. And you can see they very closely track each other. It's a negative trend, unfortunately. And that's just further evidence that, some of the conditions that we're seeing are having a major impact on at least two of our species that are very sensitive to rangeland conditions, shrub conditions, and things like that. All right, so stepping into hunt success, this is statewide, just 3 years, past 3 years. We use a 3-year average for our quota recommendations. You'll note here, hopefully on the slide, that I've got this labeled as tag success versus hunt success. And really the reason I want to highlight this is because we kind of have changed the way we've quantified, I guess, hunt success over the years, having to do a little bit with the changes in our licensing system and first come, first serve. Tag success accounts for those who hunted, who put on their report card that they did not hunt. So we've got to take that into consideration. Whereas hunt success is more of just the direct, those who did hunt, whether they were successful or not. I did correct this figure to reflect what we're using for what we publish online and what we're calling tag success. That did result in a little bit even more conservative approach on our quota recommendations this year. It wasn't drastic. It's a 3-year average. And I don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing, just because, as I mentioned, we do have some uncertainty with some of these winter conditions and how they're going to play out. But just wanted to point that out. And then I'm sure there's going to be some discussion about this. There was at the Washoe CAB meeting that I attended, but just wanted to show our demand, how we're using demand in the quota process. And I've got a slide here in a bit that shows this a little bit better. But for deer, we actually take 25% of the demand. We allocate that to juniors. And then this is what the remaining demand looks like. So the remainder, 75%. As you can see, the gray bars heavily skewed towards any legal weapon or rifle. Archery is about 8%. It varies year to year. And this is on a statewide level. When we do our quota calculations, it's on a hunt unit level. But this basically shows the same trends. And then the least demand is for muzzleloader. So our demand, the way we define it, is a measure of interest based on first choice applications from the previous year by weapon class. And I should mention a further nuance to first choice is, and I can pull it up in policy 24 if we need, but it's basically the number of unsuccessful first choice applicants plus successful applicants that drew on any choice. And so just to give kind of an easier example, if you had a really tough draw, any legal weapon is your first choice. Let's say it's Mount Rose, 194, 196, any legal weapon, but you drew an easier, let's say an archery tag is your last choice. Like the Ruby Mountains is generally one of the easier ones to get. That 101 tag that you drew, the archery tag, would be what would be counted in the demand under our system, the way I understand it. And so I've got another example here. Can you see my mouse?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, it's probably a little hard to read, but I've done this in the past, but this is basically kind of an oversimplified example of one of our quota arrays. And so, of course, there's even more to it than this, but if we have a desired buck harvest of 100 dead deer to meet our management objectives, which is usually based on a buck to doe ratio, the first thing we do is take the 25% and allocate that to the juniors because they can hunt in all 3 seasons as we have it right now. So we take 25% of the demand, we put it over here. So in order to get 25 bucks harvested by juniors at a 61% success rate. We have a final quota of 41. Okay, and these in the end get rounded, but these are just the real numbers. So then we go to archery. We used an 8% demand. That would put us with 8 bucks that we needed to harvest with archery. At a 20% success rate, we would need a quota of 37, which would probably round up to 40 to get that quota. Same thing with muzzleloader, 4%. Again, just want to point out that you're only talking about 4 dead bucks from a muzzleloader because of the demand. And as you can see here, 40% success. It's not that much different than the rifle. And these are pretty close to long-term averages, by the way. These are 20, 40, and 44. It was a little bit lower the last year or two. But you can see you only end up with 10 tags for that final quota for muzzleloader. And then, of course, because a lot of the demand is going to any legal weapon here, 63%, that equates to about 64 bucks harvested with any legal weapon at a 44% success rate, 3-year average. You end up with 146 as your quota for a final of 234. And so that's what we're using. It does fluctuate. And when you get into these lower quotas, it can drastically fluctuate on demand and success. And as Cody McKee pointed out earlier, I wanted to hit this home because this muzzleloader is fairly high success. I mean, it's not that different for a primitive weapon than any legal weapon. These quotas can be fairly volatile in that. So you'll see some of the recommendations from some of the different cabs are to move some tags into those weapon classes, but I just wanted to provide some context there. We're following policy 24 as it was last approved. And then finally on our management recommendations, showed this pretty much every year for our standard units, which are most of the units we're shooting for a buck ratio of 30 bucks per 100 does. Alternative units, 35 bucks per 100 does with some added kind of metrics here. It's primarily the bucks, but we're trying to achieve also higher hunt success. And I should have probably called this tag success, 40 to 55%, and then 50 to 75, 4-point or greater. Those are the units that we've identified in our management objectives, harvest guidelines. And then we have non-standard hunts that generally are smaller populations that we don't survey from a helicopter, but we use hunt success. We use a 3-year average as the basis primarily for our quota recommendations. 35 to 45% success or 45 or greater, depending on the unit. And so just rolling all this up, those are the quotas that we're recommending. You can see the resident, non-resident split there is about as close as I can get it. This gets a little trickier as we get fewer tags because we do offer all the tags to residents and non-residents for all the weapon classes except for junior and antlerless. And then this is just comparing last year's quotas to this year's, the 2022 approved compared to, in the left-hand column, the 2023. Pretty significant cuts. Doe tags, the biggest cuts, over 70%, followed by juniors at 42, and then buck tags, basically at 36% overall, for an overall drop of about 41%. And there's policy 24, just the demand tag success. I won't read it all, but if we want to revisit that, we definitely can. All right, I'm going to stop sharing. And hopefully you can see me now. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions on that, or we can dive right into the quota tables.
Any questions for Cody? Thank you,
Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if it's best to do it here during the youth tag, but since you that last screen kind of prompted me to ask the question now. So we know there's been a big reduction across the board. Everybody's going to feel that, adults and youth both. But we've got, and I called up and I asked the question, how many youth tags did we lose out on this year from some of the, from our policy changes? It's not simple math. It's not something that you can just say, well, there's a difference here, so it's going to equate to this. It's way more complicated than that. But I did ask Mike and Cody, well, Mike primarily, it's not an easy fix. I wouldn't propose to fix it. It's not like you can just add tags, and it doesn't work that way. It's complicated. So it is going to be what it is, but man, that drop in youth tags, 42.8%, we're going to see that moving through time on the scale. We're going to see that in the next few years. We're going to see that group of people, that cohort, as it goes through time, is going to be, the others will be up here, and this one's going to be like this. And it's like, how far can you sustain that? They're the future. I've advocated for them before I bring it up. So, Mike, if it's not an easy math thing, but several hundred tags less would be my guess. I don't know.
Yeah, Mike Scott for the record. Actually, Cody may have better information than I do, but that elimination of the ability for a junior to have to be able to shoot a doe or a buck resulted in a pretty significant drop in tags. I believe it was around 300 tags that were reduced that way, and that's including keeping areas 6, 7, 10 with the existing doe hunt. It would have reduced, if those would have been included, there would have been a further reduction of about 260 tags.
I guess I don't really know where I was taking that. I just, my frustrations from that meeting, maybe they carried forward. I was really worried about it. I don't know. I just struggled to understand what we've gained. I wanted to point it out here today because I knew we were going to see that reduction, but 42.8%, man, that is, and I understand that they would have taken a big hit anyway, just with everybody, the whole pot, everybody's taking a hit. But, everything I've gone to, I try to relay here when I go to WAFWA, and there's so much centered around R3, recruitment, retention, and reactivation. And that recruitment that's what they pound on. We saw this yesterday. Thanks for having this out for me, by the way. The license stuff where we're spending a lot of effort and time. This is a cool program here, and those same efforts go on with the recruiting kids, and unfortunately, somebody's got to take the hit, and I just continue to advocate for them that it's not them. That's where I'm at. So,
any additional questions for Cody? And I will mention the TAC committee, I think it was a year ago, we had this discussion on the demand success, it's a really hard one to weigh, because if you look solely at demand, and I understand, and I like hunting with the muzzleloader, but if you look at demand, that any legal weapon hunt massively outweighs the other two user groups. There's no question about it. It's not even a question. We had the discussion. I think how we do it now is fair, because you are mimicking the demand of the public that's putting in for tags. We had that discussion at the TAC committee level. Maybe it's another discussion to have again, but it is based upon what people want demand wise right now. Mr. Scott.
Chairman Cavilla, we base that on first choice applicants. And if you look at the choices across all 5 choices, it's quite a bit different than just what the first choice applicants are. In other words, a lot of people choose to hunt with any legal weapon for their first choice, but they put primitive weapon choices further down. And so if we considered overall through 5 choices, it would roughly be about 61%. Now I'm reducing the 25% juniors out of it, but 61% for any legal weapon, 6% for archery, and 8% for muzzleloader. So it's a bit different if you consider all 5 choices.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot though, right? I think the average there was 64. So you're talking, that's 3%. It's not huge. And again, I mean, I'm open to have that discussion again. We did have this discussion at the TAC level. I think it was around a year ago. And I do understand and unfortunately for the muzzleloader hunters, they're too successful, so they don't really get an advantage now for the success ratio. But with the archery hunters, there's definitely, if that percentage goes up with their success ratio, the tag numbers go up. But we did have that discussion.
And I'm not even arguing the demand success, or I'm simply I'm looking at this from a really high level. I can't get in the weeds with you guys on that stuff. I'm not knife to a gunfight type of thing. So what I'm suggesting is there was a time where the kids were the priority, and a lot of tags flowed towards them to make sure that every kid that applied got a tag. And we've gotten to a point where there's a lot of people that apply. That's not practical anymore. It doesn't necessarily work that way. But at the same time, I feel like we've kind of, not only are there not enough tags to supply them, because it's not, there's a breaking point there somewhere where you got to have tags for everybody else too. But I feel like we've taken a step the other direction now, because we've removed those does from those hunts and taken away a little bit of opportunity there for them. And I don't know what it's going to measure out at in 10 years, 15, 20 years from now. Maybe, you might not have as many sportsmen out there. It's a major part of the recruitment aspect. So I'll leave it at that. You guys know what I'm saying. I don't mean to pound away at it.
Any additional questions for Cody before we get into the actual quotas? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, just clarification. Are we going to handle this in chunks, like junior, then the standard mule deer hunts, and then the landowner comp in 3, or?
I was thinking all at once, because I think some of the recommendations made was to pull them out of any legal weapon, put them into junior. I think we kind of need to just take it all as one. All right, Cody, I don't know if you want to run us, if you wanted to run us through anything, or just.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, just a couple things to note. So, I mean, we should probably there's a lot of this, CAB alternative recommendations. We can run through them all. I did want to point out just a few things. So one of the issues that we ran into, I guess, last year is this whole thing with deferred tags from last year. And I did get the list from license office, and we tried to accommodate one, or where we knew of. So some of these tags that now that we're down to, 1s and 2s, some of the tags that got deferred from last year for medical reasons, some of them for military, we had to try to account for those. And I did miss one, which was 021 muzzleloader, I believe. and there's an alternative recommendation from the CAB. So this may not be, it may be a moot point, but essentially that one tag, the way it's handled in the draw is not really available. It's already dedicated to somebody if we leave that quota at 1. If we raise it to 5, for instance, which is a Washoe CAB recommendation, I won't steal their thunder on the others, but there'd still be 4 available in the draw. I did that in a couple other cases. I think there was a non-resident tag in 121. I believe that we had to add 1 just to kind of accommodate that. That way somebody has a reasonable chance to actually draw at least one tag going into it. Other than that, I can go through these each one at a time. We can do all the CAB recommendations at once. It's up to your discretion, I guess.
I guess, do we want to hear from the cabs first and then have Cody walk through them? Let's do that, Cody. Let's hear from the cabs and then we'll have you go through their recommendations. So any cab comment here in Washoe or in Reno?
For the record, Jim Cooney, Elko. The only change that we really looked at, and it was after discussion, was looking at taking basically 10% of the available archery tags in areas 6, 7, and 10, and moving those into the muzzleloader hunt. And that was the key discussion point with regards to this. Obviously, the numbers of doe tags, an example in area 10, dropping those to 15. A couple months ago, I stood before you, and the recommendation from our CAB was to shut the doe seasons down for 2 full years. I think that the department made an effort, and all of our CAB members had an opportunity to sit down with the biologists and go over, ask questions, and take in as much information as we could get. So our only suggestion to these quotas would be to move 10% of those tags from archery to the muzzleloader in areas 10, 7, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney.
Good afternoon, Ted McIlvain, Lander County Cab. The Lander County Cab, we're responsible for 051 through 151, 156. The Lander County Cab this year, this last meeting, there was quite a bit of discussion because I think looking over the notes that we're probably one of the only units that they recommended increasing, big increases. They want us to go from 2022 numbers on any legal weapon of 200 to 280 this year. The cab looks at that as Lander County is the north-south district. You know, there's more. They're getting more of their counts in the south than they are in the north. Majority of the people are in the north, so they hunt that first 50 miles in the Battle Mountains and the Shoshones and the Argenis. Well, most of the feral horses are in the middle there, so between in the Fish Creeks and that, so that area there's been depleted. The habitat's been depleted by the feral horses, and the deer are just now starting to come back a little bit in the Battle Mountains, the Shoshones, and the Argenis. The local people there are starting to see deer, and the ones that are coming to us are saying, hey, you know, this is good, we're finally seeing deer. And then this comes out and they want to increase the tags. So the people that are going to get those are going to hunt closer to town in the Battle Mountain Shoshones, and those south deer are still going to be down there. Next year, counts are going to be high again. So what the CAB has requested is to take the 22 numbers, increase them by 5% across the board. The other big thing was it's going to raise the junior tags because they wanted to lower the junior tags by 90 tags this year. That'd keep them started at 100. That'd put them 105. And we feel the juniors need to keep those tags. So the Lander County would like to take the 22 numbers, which in any legal weapon would be 215 instead of 280. And that's what we'd like to see done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Robinson, Washoe. You have our recommendations, so I don't have to go over each one of those, but pretty much for the primitive weapon, we wanted, again, for the same reason as the antelope, we wanted to keep it pretty much the same as last year. On our recommendations that didn't make it on, we recommended an 014 on any legal weapon to move it from 10 back down to 8 as last year. The success was horrific. There's only 3 deer shot in any legal weapon in the granites this year, 1 4-point. So we'd like to keep that more conservative. So thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. First, I'm going to apologize because I did not get my minutes in yet, but I will get them in. I've come here for years asking for a reduction in tags in the eastern side of Persian County, which will be the 043 to 046. Not a lot has been done until this year. So I'm not here to gripe and complain. I'm here to congratulate Kyle Neal, our biologist, and the department for listening to what we have been asking for years. We couldn't get the tags split the way we wanted to, so we had to split 045 out of that unit to make it a better count, I guess you would say, because that's where the biggest population of the deer was, and it's affecting the rest of the units. So with the help of Kyle and the department, we came to an agreement this year, split that unit out by itself. So we are very happy with the numbers we got this year. We're not asking for any change. We are happy.
Thank you, Mr. Krim.
Good afternoon. And Glenn Bunch with Mineral County. And like Mr. McNinch was talking about, we know why the youth was put together, because we wanted to entice them into becoming our future hunters. And so we put the program together back in Don Cavan's day and put this together to come up with a way to put the youth into the hunt. And that way was be sure they filled their tag. Well, we've grown beyond that to where that we feel that we need to move with the does. So with that being said, moving forward, in our 1331 hunt, we were asking for an increase of 5 to go from 40 to 45. A muzzleloader hunt, we were asking the 202, 205, 208 to go from 5 to 7. And if you need to augment that, we have an increase in the early hunt, 202, 204, 208 of 10. We can take 5 from there. And in 202, 205, 288 late, they increased this from 5 to 10, and we can take what's left there, the other 2, so that the numbers stay the same on the. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch. Any additional cab comment in Washoe Arena? I don't see any. Any cab comment on Zoom? Okay.
Go ahead, Tony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Tony Gildon, Humboldt County cab for the record. Humboldt County supported all of the department's recommendations for mule deer quotas except for Unit 035. This unit's been struggling for 15 years or more with declining population and low hunt quality. If you look at the data, last 3-year data, any legal weapon hunt success has continually dropped. think we're at 28% this last year. Also combined with a very low spring survey number, the CAB is recommending that the quota be set to last year's quota and not increased to this year's recommendation. I would also like to note that our local biologist, endobiologist, does not oppose the Humboldt County CAB recommendation. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional CAB comment on Zoom? No? Okay, I'll bring it out to public comment in Reno.
Kelly Dean with Nevada Bowhunters Association. In Northwest Nevada, we've noticed a continuing decline in the number of archery tags, and to just cut them just to do it, first of all, of course, the dynamic of it is you're going from a 20% to a 40% success rate, and so that will have an impact. And without any justification, just to turn it over to muzzleloaders, we're opposed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission. All right, Cody, would you like to walk us through your thoughts on the CAB recommendations?
Yeah, I can do that. For the record, Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. So I think I got most of those, but there are a few that I don't know if they're not present. There are some other ones as well that at least I have in the notes from. Some of them are conflicting, but Story County, Carson City, Clark. Those are the ones I can think of, or that I have in my notes anyway. Oh, Douglas County as well. I don't know if we heard from those.
I don't think we did. We did get their action report, though. I think we could go off of that.
Okay. Well, in a nutshell, I'll start with Carson City wanted some changes in the late archery. In 192, they want to go from 15 to 20 for residents. In the 194, 196 muzzleloader residents, they want to go from 1 to 5. In the youth 195, they want to go from 7 to 10. And the archery 195, they want to increase from 3 to 5. Also for Carson City 195 muzzleloader, they want to go from 3 to 5. Clark County, once their only recommendation was for the doe hunt. They want all the doe quotas in areas 6, 7, and 10 to be at 1. For Douglas County, they wanted for mule deer, all weapon classes in 291 should remain the same as last season. And I think that's maybe all. Oh, Lincoln County, any legal weapon elk. They want to basically move tags from 231 from the 1331 any illegal weapon. They want to go from reduce that quota from 60 to 45, then increase the junior quota to 40, leaving the non-resident at 4. And then Story County's recommendation was for 195 only, please use NDOW's Wildlife Commission's recommendations. So I'm not sure what that is. That's all the ones I don't think that got brought up. And I have most of those in the table, kind of highlighted here already, preloaded. The ones that I could fully understand anyway. Yeah. I guess just in general, my response is I think we can probably live with most of these. I don't have any qualms. The few, well, I am opposed to the Clark County CAB recommendation for reducing the doe hunts to 1. I know that there was some opposition to having those seasons, and it seems like that's maybe a symbolic recommendation because we can't have a quota of 0. But I would like to point out that I think our recommendations are very, very conservative as it is. They're probably biologically insignificant. They do still provide opportunity, and I know people hate that word, but last year we had 4,775 unique applicants for 695 doe tags. That's about a 15% draw rate. And with our recommendations this year, if the same number of applicants applied, that'd be way less, less than 4%. So I'd prefer to keep those. And I know there was some deliberation at the Elko CAB, but ultimately they, decided to keep our recommendations for that. And then the only other one really that I probably don't agree with is the Lander CAB recommendation. And, that maybe deserves a little more discussion. So the reason we got here, part of the reason we're having this significant increase is because last year we were trying to get an increase to meet our buck ratio objective. The CAB cut our recommendations. The commission kind of went in the middle. And we just didn't see, we didn't see the winter kill. We didn't see any evidence of that. I know there is disparate distribution of deer amongst the unit groups. That is certainly true, but we manage it. We always have on a unit group level. So there's bucks available, at least by our count. So I'd like to at least keep that one in our recommendations. In terms of shifting tags, I don't have a sword to fall on those. I kind of outlined we're just following our policy. They're probably they're inconsequential really to the population. It was pointed out there is differences in success rates between archery and muzzleloader. In some cases, the recommendations were just to shift tags around. And some or to a different weapon class. Some of them were just to increase to provide more opportunity for primitive weapons. Are there any questions?
I guess it's a lot. Does anybody have questions for Cody or? Yeah, or if you want to share your spreadsheet, Cody, to make sure that we're kind of matching.
Yep, I can do that. All right, can you all see that? Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So these are the juniors starting at the top. I've tried to, as best as I could, accommodate what I could interpret as the recommendations here in this column F. So I think this was the Story County recommendation to keep last year's quota for juniors at 10. Lincoln County increased from 20 to 40. Those are the only alternative recommendations for juniors that I could see.
And that's what I had as well, Cody, on those ones. Yes.
So, I mean, if you wanted to make it easy, you could start with those before we get into the others.
That's fine.
What was his comment?
We could take a motion on the youth if we'd like.
Oh.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, given the change.
Okay, I'll,
I mean, I support these, you know, it's a slight increase in 195. It's probably not going to affect much. And then, like I said, Lincoln County is basically just providing more opportunity for juniors. They took it from the any legal weapon class, which I don't have a problem with that.
okay. Then I will move to approve the resident junior mule deer antlered only archery muzzleloader or any legal weapon hunt 1107 as presented with the following change to hunt unit 195 from 7 to 10 and hunt unit 231 from 20 to 40. Oh, I apologize. Let me also include the resident junior mule deer hunt, antlered or antlerless, archery muzzleloader, or any legal weapon hunt 1107 as presented. Thank you.
Okay, I got a motion from Commissioner East, second from Commissioner Keel. Oh, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. Before we vote, I'm going to support the motion because there's not a lot of other alternatives. My comments earlier are just hoping that we might have a broader discussion. I mean, to go where I would want to have it, it's not realistic today. It's not. It would take forever, and to what end? It would. So, I just want that on the record that I will vote for it, but I do hope we have some more conversations about it and go from there. So, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Everyone understands the motion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
All right. So next we have, I don't know if you just want to take these in categories. We have the doe hunt 1181, any legal weapon.
Yeah, and I don't have we can take that in one shot, see if there's any more discussion specific to the doe hunt. Doesn't look like there's any.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead and move to approve the resident mule deer antlerless any legal weapon hunt 1181 as presented.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Commissioner East. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
All right. Yep. So now it gets a little more complicated. I think I have them all on here. The only ones I probably don't have are maybe the Lander County cab, because I wasn't actually sure. They just said 5% overall, I think, in the minutes. So I didn't put those on here. But other than that, I have everything. Yeah, they actually gave it to us today. 215 is what they are asking for, I believe, if I heard it correctly. In 151, 156, early, any legal weapon.
All right, Cody, just to double check that we've got it, Cody. So on 014, I show the recommendation was 8.
Yep.
In 035, the recommendation was 30.
Yep.
151 through 156 early, the recommendation was 215. Where's our 40? Let's see.
So I think these were from the White Pine Cab. I believe they wanted to actually take this down from 20 to 10. And I think they're actually trying to move it to what muzzleloader, I believe.
Yeah, I believe you are correct. So 111 through 113 early, or 111 through 113 late, they're recommending 10.
And then 40 for 121 early.
Yep, 140 for 121 early, yep. And 151 through 156 early to 215. And I don't recall if we got a number for the late, but I know they had requested just 5% over last year. So that'd be like 21. I'm sorry, that's 151 through 156 early was 215, and then 151 through 156 late would be 21, was their recommendation. And then next one I had was 202, 205 through 208. The recommendation was 45. 231, the recommendation was 45. And then I had 291, the recommendation was 55.
That's correct. That's what I have too.
And I guess the discussion there is for the commission on the Area 15 hunts. If we want to go with the department's recommendation or Lander's recommendation. Commissioner McNitch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that there's thought going into these and comment, and I appreciate the fact that these deer might be loading up in the south end of that area. But it's hard work around for me when the department's saying that this is one of concern. So, I wouldn't be able to go down to where Lander wants to be. I would stick closer to where it's a function of people going to where the deer are in this one. They need to get out and go down, and understand when you don't have a lot of time. I get it, but it's a nice drive.
Any additional thoughts on those units? I was just thinking, Commissioner East is whispering in my ear over here. What if we split the difference? I think that's kind of what we did last year too, but maybe we just split the proposed from the 215. Any thought on that? Like 242 and 25. 247 and 25. Does that sound? Yep.
I'll just point out, we're just dealing with the social issue here. That's all we're doing, like everywhere else. So, I'm good. If it threads the needle, then I think we're okay.
All right, and then I guess, do we want to take that one now as we just march along?
If that's the,
It's kind of what we've been doing.
yeah. That's fine with me.
Good, I'm happy to do it.
Vice Chair Rogers.
All right. Yeah, if there's no more discussion, I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval on Commission Regulation 23-14, big game quotas for the 2023-2024 season, specific to the resident mule deer antlered any legal weapon hunt 1331. as presented with a couple of changes, the first of which is Unit Group 014 from 10 to 8. Unit Group 035 from 40 to 30. Unit Group 111 through 113 late from 20 to 10. Unit Group 121 early from 45 to 40. Unit Group 151 through 156 early from 280 to 247. Unit Group 115 through 151 through 156 late from 30 to 25. Unit Group 202, 205 through 208 from 40 to 45. And Unit Group 231 from 60 to 45. And lastly, Unit Group 291 from 65 to 55.
Okay, I'll second that. Everyone understands the motion? Oh, Commissioner McNitch.
So is it, should we take the non-resident at the same time?
I was kind of thinking, it sounds like we're going to make changes to any legal weapon, muzzleloader, and archery, and then similar to what we did with the other Cody, when we get to those,
Okay,
maybe
all
we
right.
give Cody the liberty to do the 90-10 match.
Okay, all right.
That's kind of what I was thinking, but, yeah. Okay, good. All right, does everyone understand the motion? Yes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, Cody?
Okay, moving on to muzzleloader. So here are the changes that I have. 014 increasing from 1 to 2, 015 increasing from 1 to 5, 021 increasing from 1 to 5, 022 increasing from 3 to 5, 033 increasing from 1 to 5, 061, 062 increasing from 50 to 71, 071, 079, and 091 from 40 to 59, 101 to 109. They want to increase from 75 to 121. 111 to 113 increase from 6 to 16. 121 from 2 to 7. 194, 196 increase from 1 to 5. 195 increase from 3 to 5, and 202, 205, 208 increase from 5 to 7. And actually changed 291 back from reducing that from 4 to 3, I believe.
Yeah, that matches what I've got as well. Any questions on the muzzleloader, resident muzzleloader hunts?
So I guess I have one just comment on these. You know, I don't have the issues increasing the primitive weapons or moving them. I just, if we can get some direction, if that is what the commission decides, maybe in the future, it would be easier for us just to, I don't know if we do it on a county-wide level or what, but some direction on, you know, where we'd like to see the demand for these tags go in the future. Because we did hear some counter arguments of taking away the archery tags as well, and just giving them to the muzzleloaders. So just thought I'd throw that out there.
Commissioner McNitch.
Thank you. I agree that this is where it helped me to understand what we're doing with the archery stuff before we approve the muzzleloader stuff, because we haven't had the archery folks in the rooms advocating for themselves for a very long time, and you know, things, that wasn't always the case. They were very active, and, you know, it's good to see you back, but, you know, they're quiet, and they just do their thing, and I'd prefer to leave them alone, to be honest with you, so.
Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, I think Commissioner McNish got a fair point. It might be worthwhile maybe taking a peek ahead and looking at some of the archery stuff in conjunction.
Yeah, Cody, do you mind? Let's walk forward to the next one, the archery recommendations.
So, yep, for the archery, the recommendations were to increase for 015 from 1 to 3, to increase 021 from 8 to 15, 022 from 5 to 6, basically last year's quota. For 061, 062, decrease from 210 to 189, 071, 079, decrease from 190 to 171. Area 10, 101, 109 early, going from 460 to 414. 192 early increasing from 15 to 20, and 195 increasing from 3 to 5. I think that's all I had.
Commissioner East.
Cody, if we were to bump a couple of these where we made some significant cuts, 061, 071, and 101, if we were to bump those back up, given the success rate, would that be a significant bump for you? What do you feel about that?
Well, I think the proposal, as was pointed out, I think they're just straight moving them from archery to muzzleloader. So, I mean, in theory,
yeah, they are.
So in theory, you would have, you know, as the example I showed, I don't know what the exact rates are for these off the top of my head, but yeah, I mean, there's going to be lower success in the archery.
Yeah.
So we could actually increase the buck kill. Now, whether that's biological, I mean, I think even with our projections, we're above 30, just kind of building in some more conservatism than we normally would with this year's, you know, winter conditions. I don't think it would have a biological impact, honestly. I guess it's just a matter of, is it fair to take tags from one weapon class and give them to the others, from my perspective. It's not a huge, they're not talking about huge numbers here. I don't think it would drastically move the needle on the number of bucks or the buck ratio.
Okay, so I was going to propose that we move 061 up to like 200, and then 071 up to like 175, and 101, 109 early up to like 425. Because those were pretty significant cuts.
And I would have an appetite for leaving them as the department
Or
proposed.
leaving them, that's fine too.
And then talking about what we would do with the muzzleloader. Do we increase a few there to, you know, try to accomplish what the calves were shooting for? But the archery, you know, I've never been an archery hunter. I know people that are, and it's so I have an appetite for that. I mean, I have a tolerance for that for sure. And then just working on the muzzleloader side, do we want to, these 3 areas where or 3 or 4 areas where they've just moved them straight over, do we want to split the middle, or do we want to go with what was recommended, or, you know, how does that impact things, I guess? So that's where I'm falling out.
Just so I'm understanding, you of the same opinion on the units that we weren't cutting in archery, that were requested to be raised? So if I understood this correctly, we had a request for unit 115 to go from 1 to 3, correct? Okay, and then the following following too from that were both increases. So where does everyone stand on that? If we're talking about not doing a decrease.
I'm not hearing from Cody that increasing like Area 21, for example, from 8 to 15 and the archery, that's problematic. I'm not hearing that that's a problem. So I'm not having a heartache with those proposals. It was the transfer of tags in 6, 7, and 10 from archery to muzzleloader. I'm just simply suggesting that we leave those numbers as the department had proposed, the recommendation, and then come over here under the muzzleloader and address those same areas where they were being shifted into and talk about those specifically. Do we want to offer a few more tags in those muzzleloader hunts and just leave the archery guys out of it?
I'm good either way. That would be.
Yeah, and I guess to be clear for me, just to reiterate, so none of these quotas, I don't think the recommendations, I don't think they'll have a biological impact. Honestly, it's really providing, like the Washoe Cab recommendations are just to increase a little bit more in the primitive weapons, like these archery tags. It's probably not going to amount to a whole lot of dead deer extra. So but the area 6, 7, and 10, again, effectively what the proposal is would probably result in a few more dead bucks mixed between the units, but I still don't think that's going to have. I mean, we're still way above biological limits, which is well below 30. Utah manages some of their general units for like 15. So it's just a matter of what the commission would like to do in terms of like, do you want to take them away, or do you want to actually like split in the middle, or just increase the muzzleloader or something like that?
Or maybe we leave the archery and then we split the middle on the requested increase in the muzzleloader.
Yep.
So this is what I was thinking. The 061, 062, 064, 066, 068 unit group for muzzleloader will go to 60. 071 through 079, 091 will go to 50. And then 011 through 109, we just go to like 98.
I would prefer to do that than take the tags, then transfer the tags out of the archery. That's how I prefer to handle it. As long as it's not creating biological problems, I think we got it.
Leaving the archery as is.
And then leave the archery, minus maybe a few of the other recommendations that I don't have a problem with those recommendations bumping up a few here and there.
Okay. All right. Now, does anyone want to make a motion? Commissioner East.
I'll go ahead. So I move to approve resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt resident 131 with the following changes. 014 from 1 to 2, 015 from 1 to 5, 021 from 1 to 5, 022 from 3 to 5, 033 from 1 to 5, 061, 62, 64, 66 through 68 to 60, 071 through 079, 091 from 40 to 50, 101 through 109 from 75 to 98, 111 to 113 from 6 to 16, 121 from 2 to 7, 194, 196 from 1 to 5, 195 to 5, 202, 205 through 208 from 5 to 7, 291 from 4 to 3, including the resident mule deer antlered archery hunt 131 with the following changes: 015 from 1 to 3, 021 from 8 to 15, 022 from 5 to 6, 061, 62, 64, 66 through 68, leave it at 210, 071 through 079, 091 early, leave it at 190, and 101 through 109 early, leave it at 460, 192 late from 15 to 20, 195 from 3 to 5.
And just for clarification, I believe the hunt numbers, I think you said 131, it's 1331.
I'm sorry,
Just for
1331.
Just to make sure we're
Yep,
100%.
100.
Okay. All right. Everybody understands the motion? Okay. Do we have a second? I'll second that. Okay. All right, everyone understands the motion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. And then kind of along the what we had done earlier, I think on these non-resident hunts, I was thinking we could just do the same and give Cody the leeway to make the adjustments.
Yeah, I can definitely do that if you would like. There is one final item too. It's on page 33. It's at the very end at the quota table that I believe we usually get a motion on to approve. So this is the cap for the landowner deer and elk compensation tags. This should include, we are well below this, just so you know. I don't anticipate us getting close to that. I mean, we're definitely getting closer than we were, but still well below the cap. But this should reflect the total. It's really the percentage that you're approving, but this would basically limit the department to the number of landowner comp tags for deer and antelope combined to no more than 353.
So is that the number after the changes we've made so far?
I believe it is, yeah.
Oh, okay. Couldn't have planned that any better, I suppose. So do we need a motion on the non-resident stuff just to make, okay?
Oh, yeah, that would not, that's true. That would not include the non-resident changes. You could make a motion. This is not going to change drastically. But I guess you could make a motion just to approve the 2.5%. And I can provide the actual numbers after the meeting or something.
Okay, I was going to make this suggestion too. We could make a motion on the non-resident stuff here just to make that official. Maybe take a break. I hate to do that to Cody, and historically they'll just kind of crunch those numbers for us, and then we actually see it here before we leave. And is that easy enough, Cody, or is that?
Yeah, either way.
Okay, and then we've got it sitting right there in front of us. So with that, I'll take a shot at it. Commissioner Rogers did a good job last time, but so I'll make a motion that we approve the non-resident mule deer antlered and illegal weapon hunt 1332, non-resident mule deer antlered muzzle loader hunt 1332, muzzle loader hunt 1332, non-resident mule deer antlered hunt, archery hunt. Are those all 1332s?
Yeah.
They have been. Okay. As presented, except under non-resident mule deer antlered archery hunt 1332, area 292 from 1 to 10, and with the adjustments that need to be made from our previous motions for these hunts, that the department will make those adjustments accordingly, as close to the 90-10 split as possible.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. I guess we'll take a 10 or 15-minute break, Cody, for you to run those numbers out.
Okay.
All right, we'll come back. Let's come back at 3:25. All right, if everybody wants to make their way to their seat. All right, can we get Cody again and see if he did his math?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
The only one I had a question about was I think it was the 291. I wasn't 100. I didn't catch the motion, but if I got it correct, actually, can you repeat the last part of the motion? 291.
No problem, Cody. So when we were doing the non-resident stuff, the very last one for archery, for the archery hunt, 1332 for non-resident. In area 291, I think that you had a recommendation to go from 1 tag to 2.
Yeah.
And I included that in my motion.
Okay.
Plus any relevant, any changes you would need to make be based on what we did with the resident stuff.
Okay. So in that case, I am ready.
Okay.
So basically on the, for the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. So really the only ones that would be affected, I have here highlighted in yellow for the non-residents would be 151, 156 early. Let's see, what were we recommending before? 20, going from 20 to 24, and 291 going from 5 to 4 on the any legal weapon. And then for the muzzleloader non-resident, 1332, 061, 062 be a quota of 5. For 071, 079, and 091, a quota of 4. And for 101, 109, a quota of 6. $291 would not change. And then the two archery that would change would be the 192 early, going from, I believe, 1 to 2, so a quota of 2, and 291. We'd be recommending from 1 to 2. Yep.
Okay. And then now if you want to show us that calculation, Cody, on the landowner compensation tags.
All right. Didn't you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so it didn't change much. It's just a small percentage of the tags, but it did increase slightly to 353 for the total number of deer and antelope compensation tags.
All right. We do. Any questions for Cody first? No? Don't see any. Yeah, need a motion. Commissioner East.
I will move to approve the resident and non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation tags with the noted change of the total number of deer and antelope landowner compensation tags to 353, the total number of 2023 mule deer and pronghorn tags to 14,117, and the cap remains the same at 2.5%.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner East, second by Commissioner Keel. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for that. It was a lot. Okay, agenda item number 17, Future commission meetings and commission committee assignments, Secretary Alan Janay and Chairman Tommy Cavilla for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for June 23rd and 24th, 2023. The commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the date, time, and meeting location at this time. The commission will review and approve the commission meeting schedule for 2024-2025. The chairman may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may be discussed.
Thank you. For the record, Alan Janay. So I think easiest is just start with next meeting items that we have for the next meeting in Ely is the cab budget. We've got Duck and Upland stamp projects that'll be coming forward. Upland game and fur bear seasons and limits. Again, will be wildlife heritage tags, not tage, vendors, and then also projects. And then we've got the Upland game release plan. Associated that will be the Wildlife Heritage Committee report out, which will meet before the meeting, before the commission meeting. Final legislative report out, the Finance Committee, and then there's Commissioner Appreciation. Also, we have a field trip planned for that that meeting there in Ely. We've got Cummins Lake Boat Ramp that we recently finished up this last year. We've got Cave that we'll be working on. And then we have the Blue Diamond land acquisition that we acquired at the end of last year. So a lot of opportunity to look at different things. I think one interim item that we might have is a possible legislative committee meeting. I wasn't at that the other day to see where you guys ended on that, but that's what we have so far, unless you have other items that you were thinking of, Chairman.
No, I do not at this time.
I do have, somebody mentioned at lunch, possibility of getting the Wine Cup Gamble, a presentation from Wine Cup Gamble. And we'll reach out and see if, hearing from Elko County, they had said that they were willing to present to them, so maybe they'll come down to Ely and present to the commission. We'll reach out and see if that's an opportunity.
Yeah, that would be great. Commissioner East.
Director Janay, the field trip is, usually those are planned on Friday. I was going to host a barbecue for my last meeting, so hopefully that we'll wrap that up and I can do that. So can I work with you or the department to make sure? Okay, thank you.
You bet. Be great. Okay, so that's what I've got as far as next meeting. Now we're gonna go to the calendar. There were handouts in the back, but I'm just gonna give you this. This is a PDF. If we actually need to change anything, we will. We've updated the dates. They are all on Friday, Saturdays. So we've made that correction. And we kind of stuck with the same format we've been doing through the past few years, which is that January big game season being in Reno, and then going back to Vegas in March, coming back to Reno for the big game status and quota setting, and then start going out to the rurals. And so in 2024, we were looking at possible Lovelock, Elko, and then September going back to Vegas. Sometimes in the past, that's been Boulder City. So maybe there's a possibility there, and then November back to Reno. And so you look at that cycle, it carries through. 2025 varies because we do have that April legislative meeting stuck in there that'll adjust as we go through the session. But then you look at the rurals for June and August, and June is Yarrington, And in this one, this was proposed as Ely in August, and that may be, given that we'll be out there this year in 2023, there may be another alternative there. I was contemplating past places that we have been: Eureka, Winnemucca, Tonopah, Caliente, besides, as I mentioned earlier, Boulder City. So that's what we've got right now proposed. If there were any modifications as far as locations, we could consider that, but those are also things that can modify at the time.
All right, does anybody have any questions on the proposed meeting schedule, 2024, 2025? And I agree, I think we could approve them today, and then if we want to make some adjustments to locations, that can be done at a later date. And I guess this is an action item as far as setting the schedule. So is there any cab comment in Reno on the 2024, 2025 proposed meeting schedule? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Any public comment in Reno? Any public comment on Zoom? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion to approve the 2024-2025 Wildlife Commission meeting schedule as proposed.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch, second by Vice Chair Rogers. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go to agenda item number 18, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any public comment in Reno?
Kelly Dean, Nevada Bowhunters Association. Thank you again for taking consideration of what we have. And yeah, we try to get out here, but it's very hard to get people out because most of those guys want to be out there alone hunting. On some things, just know that we do support the science-based things that the commission and the department do here with reductions like that. We have a little more problem with the success, what do they call it? The success management type of consideration that they have for adjusting the things back and forth, because we usually kind of come out on the short end of the stick on that. I'm also a hunter education instructor, and I have seen a lot of this. It's interesting. You talk about bringing the youth in, just so you know. It's really interesting because you'll have a lot of kids, and then you will have this bounce that they come in at about late 20s, early 30s, and come back in. A lot of people do that and come into that program. So we do support the youth program, and especially because it gives them the opportunity to go to any of those hunts, which we do see a lot of participation in from our side and our folks. So that's all I have, and if you guys have any questions for me, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sean Shea, Washoe County. I just had three things. It was really nice to see Pat and Carl work together. I mean, that was nice to see. I mean, they could answer each other's questions, so I thought that was a good thing, Alan. Thank you. The other thing was, I wasn't here yesterday, and I guess they gave a report, Craig did. I would really like to see you guys push this thing for the edible meat for lions and bears. I mean, that's just a smart thing to do. Just cover it. The other thing was listening here, and you brought it up, Chairman, and then it's also been brought up, is that supply and demand thing has got some issues. I mean, when they're just using the first choice, and I know a lot of people, first choice, they go all out. You know, I'm gonna go 194, 196 rifle. and then it's archery, and then it's other classes down. I think policy 24 needs to be looked at again and discussed again, and you even mentioned it, so I think that's a smart thing to go back into in the TAC committee. And maybe setting percentages for the thing, because we're sitting here and they're wanting to flip-flop stuff from archery to go to muzzleloader and back and forth, and it just seems like it'd be easier if we start really kind of narrowing that down. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. A few years back, I had pushed it for, or asked for a couple of years for Persian County to get an elk management plan. At that time, there was no appetite to do that, and I know that we don't have elk right now, but eventually we will. And I know it took Humboldt County about 3 years to get their plan in action, and I think it would be easier to put a plan in place ahead of time when we don't have a problem or we don't have the elk. I think it would be easier to do it now than once we have a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krim. Any additional public comment in Reno? Don't see any public comment on Zoom. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name's Rex Flowers, for the record. I would like to address what happened today with the bear hunt. I want you to know I have no issue at the way we are now going to do tags or quotas. I think it could be very, very beneficial in the future. We moved this hunt now, like all other hunts, into a success. It's going to be on demand and success, and that's going to be good for all. My issue is there was an error made. Policy 24 was not followed. I realize policies are a guidance. You don't have to adhere to them, but when you go from a 10% to a 20% for non-residents, my question is, where do you think, I mean, I'm sure sportsmen are going to be upset, but if this was done in a sheep hunt or in a mountain goat hunt, the roof would have probably fallen in on the building. Nobody would have allowed for 20% of our sheep or our goats to go to non-residents. And that I'm a little critical of. And you know, that's just one man's opinion. But other than that, I commend you guys on the progress that was made today with the bear hunt. Hopefully, we can keep digging at this deal with this maximum sow harvest, and it's not a biological issue. It is a sociological issue, and I just can't buy into it. But that again, one individual. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Additional public comment? Okay.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rick Duenas. Thank you for giving me the time to speak as a member of the public. I had one concern about the way tags were allocated for the antlered elk hunt in the quota. It seemed like it was kind of arbitrary how tags were moved out of any legal weapon to the muzzle loader, just based on the alternate cab recommendation from White Pine County. There was no White Pine County representative for the cab at this meeting to kind of give the rationale for that recommendation. It didn't seem to be a biological basis, just by the fact that any legal weapon and muzzleloader essentially have the same success rate. And so to take, 20% of those most highly demanded tags from any legal weapon and move them to muzzleloader kind of arbitrarily. I don't know if maybe there's like a flintlock guy was at the cab meeting or something and really pushed for that to go through or whatnot. But that doesn't just impact hunters in White Pine County. That's anyone in the state, non-residents, just moving that highly demanded any legal weapon tag cohort to muzzleloader for an arbitrary reason. And then there was no further public comment on it after that. So I figured I'd comment here. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? None? All right, with that, we are adjourned till June. Oh. All right, I would ask, like I did earlier, if you have public comment on Zoom, get your hand up now, so.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Sorry to jump in at the last minute, but I just, speaking not for Humboldt County, just public, member of the public, Tony Gildone, I would have to kind of echo the last commenters' comments for the, as a rifle hunter in Ely, waiting a long time to get tagged. Seems like a pretty kind of irrational way to kind of just throw rifle tags over to muzzleloader. So anyway, that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Stephanie Myers. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
On behalf of the general public, I want to let you know how incredibly disappointed we are about your vote in favor of the black bear hunt. You not only did not discontinue the hunt or bring the numbers to be killed down, or even leave the numbers as they are, as recommended by endow biologists. You actually raised all the numbers but one. Our list of issues that we are concerned about is very small. You don't hear from us on many items. When we do come, we speak reasonably, and our points are well taken. Sometimes we're even eloquent. But year after year, meeting after meeting, you pretend to listen to us and wring your hands, but then you vote the opposite, sometimes even egregiously against the general public. You always, always vote in favor of the hunters and trappers who number less than 5% of the Nevada population. And you always, always vote against the general public, which comprises more than 95% of the population of Nevada. You are losing us because we have become so disillusioned by always being beaten down. Pretty soon, you may not have any members of the general public speaking to you. I guess that might be easier for you if you didn't have to even listen to us. But is that what you really want? Thank you.
Thank you. No more? All right, now we are adjourned.